coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York, and I'm happy to be here with you. Today is June 14th. It's 2:32. We are right on time, and I appreciate that each and every one of you have joined me. I know that some people are down at the Puerto Rican Day Parade, and you'll be seeing the show after the parade. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's a lot of fun. I know most years it is a lot of fun. As a Puerto Rican myself, I've been to the parade many times. Unlike Mayor Zoran Mondani, who isn't going to the parade. He doesn't like Israelis or Jews. He doesn't like Puerto Ricans. I'm not sure who Mayor Zoran Mondani actually likes. Well, actually, we do have an idea about that. He seems to enjoy groups more akin to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. But hey, the rest of New York voted for him. I didn't. Going forward, for those who are into the World Cup, and we'll take a moment to look at some of the scores as they are, I do have a prediction to make. I do expect that Germany will win today. I do expect that the Netherlands will win today. Ivory Coast and Sweden will win their games tonight as well. Those are my predictions. I've already put it into the chat. I've made it public. I've said it here, so you can hear that from me first. By the way, in terms of the World Cup, I am a big fan of the World Cup. I love watching the World Cup many, many years. I've watched every single game of the World Cup. I wasn't able to do that this year. I don't expect America to make it to the second round, although we have a relatively decent grouping, so we might actually get a shot to get to the next round. I doubt it. But it would be nice to see us in the second round. But I do expect to see, I would love to see Germany win, perhaps Argentina. Those are two of my top and favorite teams, Argentina and Germany. And I would love to see in the World Cup. I know a lot of people are saying it's going to be Spain. I absolutely do not want it to be France, but we'll see. We will see how that works out. Hello, Bronner, and thank you for joining us. And again, folks, as I said, I have put, why is that? No, I want it large. I do not know why my comments are not as large as they should be. Bear with me. There's always something technical that I got to do. There's always something technical. making the chat a little bit larger so everyone can see it a little bit easier. There we go. So that should help a little bit more so everyone can see what's going on. So hello, Bronner. Thank you for being the first one here. I look forward to everyone's comments about my predictions for the World Cup. Again, I don't expect America to win. I would like to see, and I would bet for Germany and or Argentina. Absolutely do not want it to be France, Spain. I can see why a lot of people look at them at the favorite at this moment. In fact, let's take a moment to look at what's going on in terms of the scoring here. There we go. That should be it. Yeah. And at this moment, the World Cup looks kind of like this. We've got Germany. Oh my God, they scored again. Germany just scored another goal. It's 5-1. God, it's embarrassing almost. Karmelo is being decimated. But of course, Germany is a great team. So I'm not too surprised. But Karmelo is being absolutely decimated in a 5-1 loss in the 72nd minute. Wow, that's just rough. Okay, and we do know that the Netherlands is going to be playing later with Japan, should be absolutely a slaughter. The Netherlands should absolutely dominate over Japan. I'd be amazed if anything else happened. Ivory Coast that's a bit of a toss-up of a game. I know some people are thinking Ecuador because they have a good history, a good team, and they should be very strong, but Ivory Coast has come together. They performed well in the last 3 World Cups. They've done well as a team. I would expect them to stand out this year. I'm looking for them to beat Ecuador. I don't think most people would agree with me on that, but that's where I'm going to stand. Sweden should decimate Tunisia. Tunisia's not a bad team. They're more of a B team, not the top tier. Sweden should absolutely decimate them. Far more disciplined team. We've got Spain tomorrow and Belgium tomorrow. Those are the ones I expect to see winning, but it'll be interesting. And for a little bit, I know not everyone in America is into the World Cup. I am. So I'm taking a moment just to cover this a little bit. As I said, 5-1. This is destructive. So it was the 68th minute that Nathaniel Brown just got the most recent score for Germany. That's just devastating. And look at that. I mean, they've had 479 passes. This is Germany with 90% accuracy. That is devastating. I mean, that's devastating. 23 shots on goal, 8 of them on target, compared to Karmelo only having 5 shots on goal with 2 of them on target. We've got Germany with 67% possession of the ball. That is just absolutely wiping the floor with Karmelo. I feel bad for Karmelo. And most people don't even know that Karmelo is a country. And really, I didn't know it either. To be fair, I wasn't aware of Karmelo being a nation. I thought they were a city. But okay, they're a country. Well, I just wanted to cover that real quick. And by the way, if you are big on America and you're like, Team America is going to win, the odds of America winning the World Cup are 40-1. Not the worst odds possible. Mexico's 50-1. But right now, it's 40-1. So it's a good bet. But to be fair, you're going to lose. You are absolutely going to lose. This is coming from ESPN, by the way. And the numbers, I believe, are coming from Sportsbook. I'm not sure which prediction, or DraftKings, but everyone has about the same odds. America is about 40-50-1 to win the World Cup. Hell, I'd just love to see them get to the second round. That in itself would be quite the achievement, and I think that's about 20-1. So if you want to bet on America, you can. Just don't bet the rent money on America making it to the second round. And definitely do not put your life savings into America winning the World Cup. That's something we've only done once. I think that was back in 1952 if I remember, or 58, if I remember correctly. Could be off on that. So just wanted to cover a little bit of the World Cup news out there. I know we have a few comments, and let me see if anyone's yelling at me about my predictions on the World Cup. And let's see what we got here. So Bronner says he's clueless about the World Cup. That's the only sports. I don't know anything. I don't care about the Knicks. I used to like the Giants, American football team, New York football team. That was my football team. I stopped watching football after we saw players starting to kneel, like Kaepernick. That did it to me. That was like in 2014. I stopped watching. It is bread and circuses, as user has been banned mentioned. It is a nice distraction, and sometimes we need to be distracted. So it's very good. So we have a comment. Wow, we got a lot of people who jumped in today. Dal is with me talking about the FIFA World Cup. Of course, Argentina is one of my favorite teams. It's one of my favorite teams too. And Germany, which is winning right now. So I'm having a good day. Mike Bowie. Hey, Mike, it's been a little while. Mike Bowie says, what's your take on the Knicks? I don't care. I don't know anything about NBA basketball. Don't care about basketball. It's a boring game. Means nothing to me. They won for the first time in 50 some odd years. Yay. I mean, it's good. And fans are, I'm sure, more than excited. Although those same excited fans went out and started a riot. So really, I could have, whether we had won or lost, there was going to be a riot. We see this in city after city, whether it's the whether it's the Super Bowl or it's the NBA finals. We see this all the time, that for some reason in the last 20 years, maybe the last 15, we can't seem to have a team win and not have the fans turn into a riot during their celebrations. I don't get it. It makes no sense. We're better than that, but we're not, because it keeps happening. But as for the Knicks themselves, don't care. Mean nothing to me. Let's see. We've got users in banned says, I still think gladiator battles using prisoners should come back. I like that. Gladiator battles with prisoners. Calicos is the best man's sport. Pope lost an eye in a match centuries ago. I don't know Calcio? I'm not familiar with that sport or how it is practiced. But gladiator battles, well, we're pretty close to that. You never know. It might actually come back. Let me see. Dow mentions, have a coworker of mine that's DJing in one of the parades in the Puerto Rican Day Parade. You mean one of the floats in the Puerto Rican Day Parade celebration. And I hope they're having a fantastic time. That parade is great. You have some of the most beautiful women in the world that are in that parade. Oh my God, as a single man, I'm sad that I am not at the Puerto Rican Day Parade. Truly, I am very sad. But I am here with you guys. I sacrifice my holidays and the opportunity to meet a beautiful Latina. I give that up because I'm here with you guys, and I love you. I love you all. Let's see. We've got just a couple more comments before we get into the rest of the show. I haven't seen a football game since the early 90s. Was a huge football fan in kids, but just lost interest for some reason. That's Bronner. I was fine. I was into baseball originally. I was a Yankees fan and that kind of ended with Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson was my Yankees baseball. That's when baseball was really grounded in the city that it was in the hometown, and the players stayed with one team. They really didn't go anywhere for money. I mean, they did occasionally. Even Reggie went to the A's because he wanted more money, but he wasn't good enough to be a Yankee. So literally, Steinbrenner, the owner of the Yankees at the time, made a deal with the A's to get Reggie Jackson the money that he wanted to end his career. And Reggie was good enough, even though he was older, to play as one of the top players in the A's and the rest of baseball, but not for the Yankees. And then as soon as Reggie Jackson retired from the A's, he came back to New York, back to the Yankees, and worked with the team in his retirement because he was a Yankees man. That's when I was into sports. That's when I thought it was interesting because people actually were grounded and connected to their home team. It wasn't about the money. Well, it was, but it wasn't primarily about the money. It was about the team and loving it. Reggie Jackson they sold TV sets based on Reggie Vision. Literally, they named Reggie Vision. They named it a line of TVs based on Reggie Jackson. He had a candy bar named after Reggie Jackson because we loved Reggie Jackson. We loved the Yankees. There was a deep personal connection between the city and our teams. And you just don't have that anymore. Now they're just businessmen. They're businessmen and their business happens to be playing a sport. It's not interesting to me. I have no interest in that. But I can understand why others might. Let's see. Gracie. Grace is with us. Hello, Grace. Good to know that you're listening in. And the final comment before we get back into the show is Steelers were for Dow, the Steelers were his favorite football team, but Pirates was his favorite sports team, the Pirates being a baseball team, to follow until after the 90s. I really didn't know or care about any other baseball team besides the New York Yankees. Obviously, I knew about the Mets because New York City, but they were the poor man's, it's like the Jets. They were the poor man's secondary team, the underdogs eternally. And I knew about the Jets, and Joe Namath was a great Jet, elevated the team, but they really went nowhere and no one expected them to. And the Giants were the big team, and the Yankees were the big team, and New York dominated for a long time. I love those days. And basketball, who knows, don't care. Never interested me, never will. It's like tennis with too many people, back, forth. It's constantly back and forth. It's boring. It annoys me. But other people enjoy it. Good for you. Just not me. All right. So we talked a little bit about some sports, the light side of the news, but there's some other things that a little bit more silliness and news about silly things that aren't that important. I'll cover this. And that is for those of you with TDS, with Trump derangement syndrome, even today, there is something for you. They are not having a parade. They're not doing a march because the Puerto Ricans would stab them all and it would be over. And that's playing on an old joke about the back in the 70s, 80s. There was the saying in New York that Puerto Ricans always carried a knife on them. And pretty much that was true. Every Puerto Rican I knew, including myself, carried a knife back in the 70s and 80s and even into the 90s. But that being said, no, the No Kings were smart enough to know don't try and upstage or try and take over the Puerto Rican Day Parade. That would go very badly. There'd be massive riots. They would be destroyed because they're not popular. But what they did decide to do is they're going to have a concert. Isn't that so wonderful? A concert with really, really old, really unpopular. And when I say unpopular amongst the youth, very old singers. And they're going to have this. This is tonight, starting at about 7 o'clock, 7:30. I stand corrected, which is the same time that there will be a game for the World Cup. Matter of fact, it'll be, I believe, Ivory Coast versus Ecuador will be playing at the same time. So I expect no one of any significance is going to actually go to the No Kings rally. But we will be told that it was the most successful thing ever, even though no one in America is talking about it, that there will be somewhere like 10 million people will be watching this on YouTube or in live, even though no one knows about it, no one cares about it. And 10 million people out of a country of 350 million people, really not important. Maybe that would win the election in LA. That'd be about it. It's uneventful. But they're going to tell you that everyone is paying attention. And some of the people that they're going to have will be Bette Midler, Patti Smith, that's one of the musical. So Bette Midler, old music. Patti Smith, old and music. Rufus Wainwright, old and music. Young people have no idea who any of those names are. Sasha Allen, I don't know who that is. Joy Reid is going to be there. Joy Reid, a woman who told the entire nation that if your family, if you're going to Thanksgiving or Christmas and your family members voted for someone that Joy Reid did not like, that you should abandon your own blood family, that you should cast them away to punish them for not obeying Joy Reid and the Democratic Party. This is a sick woman, and she's going to be at the No Kings March. Not a shock there. She has TDS like no one else, and this is one of the headliners. This is who they think will draw a crowd. She got fired. She's got no one in politics talks about her. No one in news talks about Joy Reid. I don't know who's following her anymore, but they think that this is going to be influential. It's like Jane Fonda will also be at the No Kings protest song concert, whatever the hell you want to call it. She's going to be there too. Again, Hanoi Jane herself, someone who absolutely hated America and our troops and literally was actively involved with the enemy fighting our troops, killing our American soldiers, kidnapping our soldiers and torturing them for a decade. That Hanoi Jane is going to be at this event because she doesn't like Donald Trump. Well, guess what? To this day, if Hanoi Jane were within arm's reach of me, I will punch the woman in her face. There's equality for you. I will punch her in the face because of what she did to Marines and veterans who served in Vietnam, and her help to the Vietnamese made that war worse. I have never forgotten that. I never will forget that. And I don't care about any of the spin the left wants to put on that. That woman is a traitor, and I despise her. I will never give money to anything that is connected to Hanoi Jane Fonda because she's a horrible, evil woman. Period. Full stop. That's my opinion. You may find her, like Joy Reid, to be a breath of fresh air. Good for you. You are on your own on that. You are part of a hyper minority of people, much like the progressive movement in America. Just a small sliver, a sliver of a fraction of the American people are actually socialists and progressives, but you guys have big mouths. And Jane Fonda, Joy Reid, they have really big mouths. So there you go. But I figured I'd mention that because I find it interesting, because when you hear about this and you look at, this is from Spectrum News and their coverage on this, they don't really have much to say besides they got a quote. And this quote was from Abigail Jackson, who is a White House spokesperson. She says, quote, "The only people," and I will make this a little bit larger for you guys, "the only people who care about these Trump derangement therapy sessions," that being the No Kings protests and this concert, "are the reporters who are paid to cover them," which I agree with. That's why if I was getting paid, I'd have to be paid, especially because it's Hanoi Jane, I'd have to be paid a huge amount of money to actually cover her because I despise that woman so much. But I think that's an accurate representation of the No Kings March. Now, there is one other group of people who will be at this event, and that is Hollywood. Because nothing says regular American citizen, your next door neighbor, the person down the block, nothing reflects just an average Joe American citizen like Hollywood. And the Hollywood elites, the actors, the directors, their particular point of view. We've seen how well Hollywood has done with LA, a city that is massively in debt, devastated by wildfires. They don't have water enough for anything. They've destroyed that city. It's massively in debt and huge amount of crime, and they want more of that. And those very same Hollywood types are now out protesting with Hanoi Jane Fonda and Joy Reid. You don't get to have a family. Joy, you don't get to have a family. Reid. Yeah, that's who they're out with. And they dare to say, now the Committee for the First Amendment, this is a little history for you guys. If you didn't know this, this was created back during the MacArthur era of Congress, back in the 1950s. The McCarthy movement was trying to identify and isolate and ostracize individuals that were communists in America. And my God, they'd be having a field day today. But back in the 1950s, to be identified as a communist was a death knell. You'd lose your ability to work. And many, many people did, especially in the entertainment industry. People were rounded up and entire groups of people would just lose their jobs. They wouldn't be able to make movies, act in, write scripts. They'd just lose their livelihoods. And they would be blackballed and they would be behind the eight ball. Just, you could not work with them. And these people would starve. Many of them committed self-deletion. So this organization, which is the Committee for the First Amendment, came together with a large group of Hollywood superstars to fight for the right to free speech and expression and being able to associate with anyone you want to. And I respect what they originally did. Now, who's involved in that today? Well, if we go to who we are, you would think, oh, wow. Did they just delete did they block me? Our members. Okay, here it is, our members. So when we look at our members, because they won't tell you who's actually in the Committee for the First Amendment. They won't actually tell you that when you go to their website, which I'm on. But they'll say in solidarity, which isn't someone who is part of this movement. In solidarity is they like the idea. So every actor, every writer, comedian, producer, talent agent, filmmaker, everybody who's connected to Hollywood and Hollywood politics and everybody who wants to keep their job in Hollywood, everyone who has a job and wants to keep their job, is in solidarity with this organization, which means nothing. That doesn't mean they support it. That doesn't mean they agree with it. That doesn't mean they're a member. All it means is they say, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great organization. I'm in solidarity. I think that it's good that we should fight to protect the First Amendment. Well, that's every single American citizen. That's the whole point of the First Amendment. Well, not the socialists, not the communists, not the Democratic Socialists of America, but everyone else of reasonable mind in America agrees with the First Amendment. We're all in solidarity with their organization, at least for what it was created for. What it is today, that's another question. By the way, if you try to find who is actually in charge of this, they won't provide their names. Their website will not tell you who is the president or the CEO or the executive director of this organization. They refuse to tell the public. They're willing to tell you that, oh, wait, but we've got all these, where is it? Come on, silly computer. They're willing to say, look at all these people who are involved, all these actors, all these musicians and producers and writers and directors. They're willing to give you this huge list of names, but they won't tell you who's actually in charge. Where do they get their money from? Who's giving them the money to go out and protest our sitting president who was elected, our duly elected president, 77 million votes, majority, won the Electoral College as well. Who are they? Who are they getting their money from? We don't know. Who's in charge? We don't know. Could it be George Soros? Might be. I don't know. Maybe they get their money from Hamas. I don't know. That's a problem. So that's kind of annoying to me. But again, I just want you to be aware of what's really behind. Who's behind the No King's March? Well, some people in Hollywood seem to like it. A traitor to our nation, Hanoi Jane Fonda, she's behind it. Joy, give up your family, abandon your family for her politics. Reed, well, she's part of that. Don't you want to be part of that too? There are a small fraction of Americans that do. It's really sad. It's truly, truly sad. So that is my point of view there. Now, if you haven't caught this yet, folks, obviously we deal with politics in the long form. That's what we do here in our offices in the Bronx. And I am, of course, the political dragon. I think you may get an idea why I call myself that. But we want to hear your voices no matter where you are around the world. We reach over 100 different countries every single show. We've been doing this for 9 years in a row. I almost never miss a show, whether it's a holiday or anything else. I always try and do our show. And we want to hear from you guys. And as you can see from people like Bronner and Dal, Grace, and so many others, we love to hear your voices, whether it's on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble. For those who are watching on Instagram or X, we want to hear your voice. You can do a super chat, you can do a RumbleRant, or you can spend no money and you can just send me a message, whether you agree, whether you disagree, whether you think I missed some important information. This is a conversation. And that's the First Amendment. That's truly celebrating the First Amendment, is by having the conversations that the mainstream wants to avoid, that they cut down to sound bites, that they try and tell you, you can't say that. Those are the things we want to discuss here with you. So I look forward to hearing your voices. Let's get on with the rest of the show. So now we're going to get into some real politics here. The rest of the stuff was just some flavor, and thank you for indulging me as we were talking about sports and, of course, the No King's March. What a joke. But that being said, there is some breaking news that came out a little bit earlier today. It was reported that one of the major cartels responsible for sex trafficking into the United States, in other words, slavery. Everyone likes to use the word, well, they're sexual trafficking, they're trafficking children, they're human trafficking. That's called slavery. And I know why we don't call it slavery here in the United States, because when you say slavery, everyone thinks, well, that's 1860. That's the Black Americans who were slaves in the 1860s, and we ended that. That didn't end slavery. There are more slaves in the world today than at any other time in the history of mankind. That is a fact. In addition, there are slaves in the United States, probably more. It's not clear, but I would guess that there are more slaves in America today than back in the 1860s. Why? Because we have human trafficking, also called child trafficking, also called sexual trafficking, which is all slavery. It's just a nicer way of saying it. And besides, Democrats have co-opted the term slavery because it can only apply to Black people only in the back in the Civil War, which is sad. Because by trying to make it sound nice, we take away some of the power that should be, some of the revulsion that we should have on what we call human trafficking, which is slavery, on sex trafficking, which is slavery. And we should use that term because it is the correct term and it has the correct amount of revulsion behind it. Human trafficking doesn't sound that bad. Slavery does. And there's a reason for that, because it is that bad. And we should be talking about it. And one of the key cartels, criminal foreign gangs, that is responsible for a large part of kidnappings, child trafficking, sex trafficking, and drugs into the United States is an organization called Tren De Aragua. And you may have heard of it. Sometimes it's called TDA, because it's hard for a lot of people to say Tren De Aragua. Fair enough. A Venezuelan cartel created by a man out of Venezuelan prisons. In fact, when he was in prison, the gentleman who did this all was a gentleman by the name of, I believe it was Nino Guerrero. Nino Guerrero was a criminal in Venezuela. He was so powerful in Venezuela, and Venezuela was so corrupt that literally he took over the prison that he had been sentenced to. He opened up a zoo. He had a place for families. He had entertainment built into his prison. He was in a resort, a luxury resort was his prison. Most people don't live that well in Venezuela as he was able to live in his, quote, prison. And then when the government came in, they pushed him out. He left and escaped, but this is insane. He's now dead. So the man responsible for creating one of the most corrupt cartels in the world, a cartel that is involved with crime in 8 different countries, including the United States, a man who is responsible for some of the highest levels of slavery in the, at least the Western continent, in North America. He's dead. The United States found him and we killed him because cartels are terrorist organizations as defined by the United States under the Trump administration, and by their actions, they are terrorists because it is terroristic to have gang wars in our cities, to enter into a foreign country, to invade a foreign country for the purpose of spreading drugs and also selling slaves. That is terroristic. And their head of that snake has now been removed. The Trump administration wiped him out. He's dead. This was the last known location for Nino Guerrero. He's dead now. That location evaporated shortly after this photo was taken from a drone. A bomb dropped on it and he was gone, evaporated. It has been confirmed by the Venezuelan government, which means that there is, in the ensuing conflict, confusion, the Tren De Aragua gang, that cartel, may likely break up. Now, that doesn't mean the crime disappears immediately. It does mean that a lot of the organization and the will and the mindset and the driving force behind that gang is gone. There will be infighting to see who's going to take over control, and there may be various sections of the gang breaking off on their own. And that means that you will see the power and the capability of crime of this organization diminished, possibly for a long time, possibly forever. And that's a good thing for Venezuela. That's a good thing for America. That's a good thing for people who might have otherwise been a slave, a sex slave, or any other type of slave, and being imported into America, people who were dying because of drug overdoses. This is good news. And you should be happy about it. Except Democrats aren't happy about it. They're angry about this. They think this was an overreach of power, which I do not agree. They think that this was an act of war. I do not agree. They think that this was illegal, according to the UN, who have no laws that apply to the United States. There is no international law. I've said this before. I'll say it again. There is no international law. Everyone who tells you that there is a liar, or they're dumb. One or the other. Either they don't know better, or they know better and they have a political agenda, so they want to lie to you. There is no international law that applies to the United States or any other country for that matter. But they like to use that as political wedges to try and motivate people for their own political agenda, the left. And the left would have loved to keep the Tren De Aragua gang alive, to leave their leadership alive, to import more drugs and more slaves into America than to take out the leadership as the president of the United States has done. I don't understand why they would do that. I do not understand that, But maybe if a leftist will come onto the program, leave a comment, I'd be happy to hear from any elected Democrat why they think that it's better to keep Tren De Aragua alive and well, that organization and its leadership, to leave them intact, to kill more American citizens, to harm more people around the world. Why is it better to keep that functioning than for the President of the United States to protect the American people by taking this guy out? I would love to hear any of the Democratic leadership answer that question. They will never get asked that question because they only appear on left-leaning news media organizations like CNN or ABC or the New York Times. They won't do serious interviews with anyone that is center-right, only those on the left, and they will never be asked the question that I have just asked, which I think is essential for us to understand what is it the left is really trying to achieve. Do they really want to protect America, or do they want power and power over the American people? I would pose it's the latter, not the former, but we'll see. So that's news that came out, obviously not getting as much traction when we're talking about Iran and the United States, when we're talking about what's happening with TDS and the No Kings March, the World Cup, the New York Knicks. There's a lot of things happening. There's also the, I want to say Trayvon, but it's not Trayvon. It's starts Karmelo Anthony decision. There's so much else happening right now. People aren't noticing. So you probably won't hear about this bombing of Tren De Aragua in Venezuela. It's not big news, but it's important news, and that's why I wanted to cover it. In addition to that, I think it's important that we understand what's happening with our best allies, which would be over in England. Yes, I like to cover the international. We've covered the breaking news. Now let's go into some of the international news. And I think it's important to understand. The British have intercepted today, they intercepted a Russian tanker. Now it's called a shadow fleet. By that, when you hear that, that means that this is a ship, a naval vessel that is flying a flag of another nation when in fact they are actually a Russian vessel, naval vessel. And they are trying to basically cheat the system. They're lying about the cargo they're carrying and what they're trying to sell. This is the way that it's like a pirate, basically. Or what we used to call them back in the days of pirates, privateers. These are ships that actually represent a nation. They're carrying illegal goods so that they can be sold for the benefit of, in this case, Russia. So Russia is trying to sell oil illegally, which they are sanctioned and prevented from being able to do. And they're using this vessel that was going past England, and they were pretending to be a foreign country and not Russia. They got caught. Now, as you read through this article from Reuters, there are over 600 of these tankers, 600, that are passing by England and France on their way to other parts of the world to sell this Russian oil. Russia has been, since the start of the Ukraine-Russia war, Russia has been limited in the amount of oil that it can sell, oil and natural gas. Natural gas predominantly for Germany and for Europe, which is essential, and oil as well to other nations outside of Europe. And that money is collected, which is then used in part to continue the war of Russia against the Ukraine. It helps to buy missiles and to repair tanks and to arm the weapons for soldiers. So in limiting these tankers, you reduce the capability of Russia to continue to have a war with the Ukraine. I think most Americans, the majority of Americans, want the Ukraine to win. It's not winning, but the more that our allies England, in this case, England and France, the more that they are able to stop these 600 oil tankers from being able to illegally sell oil to other countries around the world, the harder it is for Russia to continue this war, the more likely they are, excuse me, the more likely they are to go and sit down at a ceasefire discussion and to work out a ceasefire, if not peace deal. So we want this to happen. We want England to stop these ships. We want France and Europe to stop these ships so that it is better for the Ukraine and better for international stability and peace. The problem is England doesn't do that. Under Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, he has stopped, out of those 600 ships that we are aware of, that we know are doing this every single day, every month, have been doing this for a couple of years now. They've stopped one. Let me say that again. They stopped one of the 600 vessels they know are passing by southern England on a regular basis, selling oil illegally for the benefit of Russia so that they can continue a war with the Ukraine that England is very much concerned about, that Europe is very much concerned about. One. Just one. And you might ask yourself, well, if they only stopped one, why would they do that? Because Keir Starmer is in trouble. Because in the United Kingdom, the open door policy of Europe, the EU, and all of the European nations, they have an open border policy instituted by the far left of their nations. And illegal aliens have come in, and these illegal aliens also include crazed and criminal and often terrorist individuals. Most recently, besides all the other problems that England is having right now with absorbing these foreigners that don't want to be British, but they want to take advantage of the British resources because of the open door policy, there was an individual in Belfast, Ireland, who just 3 days ago tried to behead a man. He wanted to just kill white people, the white British people on their native lands, Ireland, the United Kingdom, England. They want to kill them. He wanted to kill them all. He tried his best to behead a man in the middle of the day, in the middle of a street in Belfast. He was stopped. The man that he tried to behead lost his eye. As the last I saw him reporting, he was still alive. He had lost his eye. He was obviously in critical condition. And the people of Ireland, in Belfast, Northern Ireland, and all of the United Kingdom have gone into a rage. How could they allow this to happen? The government of England, of the United Kingdom, allowed this individual to enter into their country with the intent to kill the native people of that country just because of the color of their skin. Because the European Union said open borders. Because the left says open borders. And that's Keir Starmer. So Keir Starmer has been facing this amongst several other scandals this year. There have been about 4 of them so far, including scandals related to the Epstein files. One of their own, several British political figures have been deeply entrenched with the Epstein files and have been removed. Excuse me. But it seems that Keir Starmer, the prime minister, was aware of this and didn't care. As long as the general public didn't find out, he didn't care. And that's a problem. So Keir Starmer is likely, betting odds, 70% chance that Keir Starmer will not remain the Prime Minister of England, that he will fail votes of confidence, that the public and the other members of the government have no faith in him. His inner circle of his essentially what we would call cabinet members have resigned in mass. Almost no one has left in his government to actually run the government, in his cabinet to run that government. And so he's on his way out. This action to go and stop one ship is meant to make Keir Starmer look like he's strong. It's meant to make other countries, the United States in particular, but also France and Germany, to think that Keir Starmer, as Prime Minister of England, is a strong ally and that they should work with him and that he has strength. Thus, to convey to the people, the British people, that they must keep Keir Starmer because the confidence of America, France, and Germany are in Keir Starmer, and that if they had someone else, they may not get as much trust. They may not be able to make as many business deals with these foreign countries to help England. I think this is I think the British people know that this is a lie, that this is just a scam, that this was done just to try and make Keir Starmer look good. This is an act of desperation. If England seriously cared about protecting the Ukraine, if they seriously cared about trying to stop Russia from extending the war, they would have stopped 500 of these shadow vessels rather than just one. They would have already taken action and been taking action for years, which they have refused to do. They allowed this to happen because Keir Starmer is weak, just like what we see in the left here in the United States, whether it be Chuck Schumer or you're talking about the mayor of LA, Ball. They're just weak. They like to posture like they have a plan, like they are good people. They're not. They are complete failures, and their policies do not work. And they try and cover it up by blaming other people for the problems they have created. And that's what Keir Starmer has done. And now he's trying to look like he's a strong supporter of the Ukrainian people when he's not. So that's, I think, something that's important to look at. And again, not a lot of the mainstream news media is going to talk about this because they want you to think that Keir Starmer is a good guy, that he's important, that he's a useful ally to the United States. They want to protect him because he's a left-leaning lunatic, much like Barack Obama or Zoran Mandami here in the United States. Or you can say Graham Platner up in Maine, or Bernie Sanders, very much in that mindset of failure and blame the other guy for what they have failed and cannot accomplish. But that's one way of looking at it. Now, I'm going to stop for a second. I think there were a couple of comments here, and I just want to double check to make sure I've kept up. Bronner says, the folks who were part of No Kings had no problem with Kamala Harris, the former vice president under Joe Biden, being forced upon them. Yeah, when the Democrats made a decision, said, we have anointed Kamala Harris, when there was still time, and there was a convention of Democrats, they could have voted. They could have made a vote. Instead, they picked Kamala Harris because she would be able to access all the money that had been donated to the Biden-Harris campaign, since she was part of the two individuals on that fundraising. She would still have access. So they just anointed her. And Democrats lost because they had a horrible campaign. And they didn't care. All these far leftists who say, oh, well, they care so much. They didn't care. Bronner goes on to say, taxation, particularly income tax and property tax, has made everyone a slave. That is a very libertarian point of view, and you are a libertarian, my friend. So I'm not surprised you would say that. I disagree to an extent. No, property tax, income tax do not make everyone a slave, but they're not fun either. But they have their purpose. Now, Let me go on to user has been banned, says, I wish Belfast luck. The city, for those who don't know, because of that attempted beheading and the influx of illegal aliens into Ireland that have been trying to kill other people, we now see that there are riots going on. There are mobs of individuals who have taken it upon themselves to take a vigilante action. They are literally burning down hotels and buildings where illegal aliens have legally, the government has taken their illegal aliens and put them in hotels and houses and places to stay. And those locations are being burned down. It's very much like, to give you an idea, it's like here in New York City. New York City was renting out 3 and 4-star hotels throughout Manhattan and throughout New York City to house illegal aliens in. That cost about $65,000 a year. And we were giving them credit cards with $13,000 on it for them to be able to buy food for an entire year. That was costing New York State about $2 billion a year. And costing New York City alone $2 billion a year. And in England, in Britain, they have the same policy. They take their illegal aliens and they will put them up in hotels and houses. And the people, recognizing the threat that some of these illegal aliens, I'm not saying all of them, let's say it's 1%. Doesn't have to be higher because it only takes one. As we can see with the one that tried to behead a man, that it only takes one. So let's say it's 1%. They know where they are and they are burning down. Arson is being used to burn down those facilities that the illegal aliens are being found in. It is getting dangerous. So Belfast is very much in a very tenuous situation right now. The citizens, user has been banned, goes on to say, the citizens putting up their own checkpoints is wonderful because the government is more than willing, the Keir Starmer government is more than willing to allow illegal aliens to continue to enter into England and to be a burden on the people. And they are willing to allow individuals who have not been vetted to be a danger to the people of the United Kingdom. The people in Belfast and across the rest of the United Kingdom have been deciding that they will put up checkpoints themselves to check individuals that they don't know in their community and to ask those individuals to provide proof of citizenship, to provide proof that they have authorization and vetting to be in the United Kingdom. This is something that should be happening and is happening in the United States. This is like the voter ID that 81% of Americans want. This is the verification that we see for getting a job, that we should see for getting a driver's license. But we know that sanctuary cities, sanctuary states don't care. They provide driver's licenses and identification cards and access to voting to illegal aliens on a regular basis, which only increases the burden. And if only 1% of the illegal aliens that have entered into any nation are criminal, violent or otherwise, that they are criminal, and we know the number is far, far higher than just 1%. Well, in the example of New York City alone, under the Biden administration, in just 1 year, we added 200,000 illegal aliens under the Adams administration. 200,000. That would mean at 1%, we added at least 2,000 gang-banging, terrorist, evil, violent criminals. 2,000. That's a massive number. And think, if every one of those 2,000 only commit one murder each, that's 2,000 people in New York City alone that would die that otherwise would be living a full life. That's 2,000 people who they get to steal, 2,000 American citizens that they get to mug, rob, and steal. 2,000 people they get to sell drugs to who might overdose. That's too much of a risk. And that's why the people of Belfast are The citizens themselves are doing what the government will not do because the government cannot do it. They are doing what we saw here in America. They're revolting and they are doing what government is incapable of doing, protecting themselves. I think it's a great thing. Let's see. We also have a comment from Bronner. Do I own my property that I paid off with interest? Apparently not. I rented from the government through property tax. No, but I understand what you're saying. That's incorrect, but I understand the point, the mindset of that. All right. So let me move on because we are talking about international. I do want to finish up the international segment. There's not a lot, too much more. But these are some of the things that are not often talked about here in the United States, but they have an impact. Of course, if an illegal alien can get themselves into England, they can get ID and they can come to America. It's a lot easier trying to get to America from England than trying to get to America from, say, Nairobi, Egypt, or from Zimbabwe, or anywhere else in the world. It's a lot easier to go from our closest ally into the United States than it is from anywhere else in the world. And that's part of the reason why we see so many illegal aliens do go into England and Europe, as an example, and then transfer over either into Canada and go through the northern border into the United States, or they go directly to sanctuary cities like New York and sanctuary states like New York State, California, New Jersey, Illinois, and they are able to get in because they know once they land in that sanctuary city and state, they will be protected. And that's what they want to do. So it's kind of sad, but it happens a lot. All right, let me share this with you. Speaking about illegal aliens, speaking about the impact of illegal aliens, we are seeing a movement, slowly but consistently, where Europe is moving more and more to the center and center right. An example of that is in Italy. The Prime Minister of Italy, Prime Minister Meloni, she was the first center-right elected official to run the country since World War II. It's just been impossible to have a conservative in Italy since World War II. And now we have Meloni, who is currently the president, and she's instituting, and one of the reasons why she was elected is so that she could reduce the number of illegal aliens entering into Italy, being a burden on the Italian people and the Italian economy. Well, Europe is not, rather I should say, Italy is not the only one having this experience. This is an experience that's happening throughout all of Europe and all the European nations, including in Switzerland. And in Switzerland, this has added some 2 million individuals to their population. It's a small country. There's about 9 million people in Switzerland at this time. It's a very, very small country. It has a population about the size, if not smaller than, New York City. Okay? That's an entire country. But they have added about 2 million people to their population, and they're all migrants. They're all foreigners. Many of them are illegal aliens. Some of them are just, and it's hard to say illegal aliens because Switzerland agrees with the European Union's plan to have open borders. And if you don't have, and if for any reason you close your borders, then you can't do exclusive business with Europe. All of the trades that you would do in terms of food, clothing, equipment, basic needs, industry are closed to you or limited to you, and often added with tariffs if you don't obey the European rules, which say you have to have an open border. The economy of Switzerland is in a stranglehold because of this. Even though the Swiss are not part of the European Union, even though the Swiss do not agree as a people in terms of their government, They do not agree and do not want open borders. But because of the economics, they must have open borders. And those open borders have been wrecking the Swiss economy and their national identity. They're getting so many people coming in that what it is to be Swiss is being lost. And this is a cultural problem as well as an economic and governmental problem. So it was suggested by the right-leaning groups in Switzerland that what they could do, since they can't, quote, close the border, because that would be devastating to their economy. It would bankrupt Switzerland. So instead of doing that, they would put a cap on the total population of Switzerland at 10 million people. Again, they're currently at about 9.5 million, depends on who's counting, but somewhere around 9 to 9.5 million people. This would reduce the number of people coming into Switzerland because they'd be at their national cap. They say, okay, we would love to take you in, but we're not closing the border. We just have a national maximum. Our country can't support any more people. So it's not that we're closing the border, getting through a loophole with the European Union, effectively reducing or limiting the number of illegal aliens coming into their country, but yet not violating the terms of the European Union so they can maintain their economy. It's actually a pretty smart plan when you think about it. It actually makes a lot of sense. But this was up, but they could only do this because Switzerland is a pure democracy. Any policy that the government is going to implement, a policy that deals with foreign countries and is countrywide, they must have a vote. All of the Swiss people must vote. And when the Swiss people came together, they voted. And by the way, it didn't take them a month to get the results of their vote. The vote was this weekend. It was today. And the votes have come in. They were voting today. I know in LA, it's been more than a week, and they still haven't figured out who the final totals for who's running for governor, who's running for mayor. But in Switzerland, with about 10 million people, just a little bit under, they were able to get the entire vote done this afternoon. It's not even, well, at their time, it's evening, but in one evening, they were able to get, and it's been determined, that the final count was 55% not to create a cap on the population and 45% in favor of it. Now, many people will say this is a problem. And by the way, here it is. Switzerland's population grew from 2002. So this inflow of 2 million people has been about 20 years. So that is a huge blow to their society, their culture, as well as their economy. It's been devastating for them. So the thing that I find interesting about this is country after country, Poland, Italy, Switzerland, the Swedish, country after country, they are Norway, they are noticing and they are all agreeing the social experiment proposed by the far left of open borders. There is no such thing as a border. Anyone can go anywhere in the world. Everyone is the same, is a lie. It doesn't work. It is a failure. And in fact, it's worse than just it failed. It is dangerous, both economically, socially, and culturally. It is dangerous on every single aspect to the nation that has the open border policy. We've seen that in Germany. We've seen that in France. We've seen that in Switzerland, where there are no-go zones, where you, as a native of your own country, there are complete sections of cities you can't enter, that the police, the military, do not want to enter because it is too hostile to the government to enter in there, let alone citizens. And that should be concerning. That means they don't have a country anymore. Their country is falling apart. If they have pockets, it's like Swiss cheese. They're turning their country into Swiss cheese. There's a bunch of holes, places that are no longer French, that are no longer German, that are no longer Swedish, that were at some points no longer Italian. They were all being divided and destroyed because of individuals who were in their country not to become part of these European nations. They were there to abuse and use the European nations while they maintained their own separate culture and identity in society, destroying the host. They were parasites. And very often, illegal aliens, especially in huge numbers over a short period of time, they are parasitic. They destroy the host country. Whether they intend to or not is an entirely different question. And quite honestly, it's not important, because what they functionally do is they destroy the economy, the culture, and the society that they find themselves in, even if they don't want to, because they are not assimilating and they are not a benefit. They are a net drain. And that is true in America as well as every other country. They are a burden, and they draw money away from the native people of that land, and they introduce more violence, more crime, more disruption by their existence than if they were not there. Now, some people on the left will hate that. I don't care that they hate it. It's still true. It is a fact, and it is something that is happening. So I think it's a great lesson that we have in front of us to see that we're not the only ones. Whether you want to look at it city by city, state by state, or the United States in total, we are seeing the example of Europe. Europe has been doing this experiment full on. It's basically been the Biden-Harris administration for the last 20 years, actually 25 years. And we've seen a quarter century of opening the borders, and we've seen what is resulting. And it is the best warning. And now we are seeing those countries step by step. They are saying we have to become more conservative. We have to protect our society, our culture, and our economy. We have to protect our country. Otherwise, it will be destroyed. We have to end these open border policies. We have to restrict who is able to come into our country and who can stay in their country. This is the lesson that America should be taking. The social experiment failed. Socialism, communism failed. It has failed every time it has been done, and each of its policies, when allowed to run at full steam, always fail. It's like the city-run grocery stores here in New York City under Zoran Mandami will fail just as much as they failed in Kansas City, as much as they failed in Oregon, as much as they failed over in Europe. It will be a complete disaster. It's a waste of money and time. But we're going through it. But we know it won't work. The examples exist. They are out there. We have the data. But the left ignores it. Their answer is you just need to throw more money at it. You need to give it more time, because they're on the right side of history, and it's eventually going to be what they imagine. All of a sudden, one day they're going to wake up and there's going to be a rainbow, and there's going to be a bunch of unicorns handing out sugar plums to everyone. It ain't going to happen, folks. It ain't going to happen. But they want you to believe it. What is this? Dow says, I still say much of our issues will be solved with how legislation gets funding. That is one way to resolve it. That is true. Not the only way, but it is one way. But speaking of that, I'm glad that you brought that up, because let's talk about some domestic issues here in the United States. So we've got the examples of what's going wrong in the rest of the world. And we know that there are certain other pressures that are coming. Let's talk about what's some of the pressures that are coming onto America directly. Hang on one second. There we go. I just want to make sure I get all my stuff in order. I had something out of order for a second there. So there is a deal that is being considered right now, which Donald Trump, President of the United States, who's having his 80th birthday today, he is celebrating with a outdoor wrestling cage match, whatever. I don't care. You may find that important. I don't care. But he's celebrating his birthday. Good for him. 80 years old. And one of the other things that he said, which he has said several times now, that the United States is close to getting a ceasefire deal, that there will be something in writing, a deal in writing with exact terms that Iran and the United States agree to and we will sign off on, which would effectively end the fighting, at least for the time being, with the US and Iran. It would end that conflict. I think this is interesting. It is worthwhile. And what we're seeing now is what we have seen several times. In the last month, we have seen that several times there have been announcements being made by the White House, and in particular Donald Trump, that initially there are two answers from Iran. There is an answer from Iran that says Donald Trump is wrong, and then there is an answer from Iran's government that says, no, Donald Trump is correct. And this has been what we have been seeing consistently, and that has allowed us to, it's basically creating a yo-yo effect where the United States believes we are moving forward and we're about to get closer, take another step to opening up the Strait of Hormuz, to re-engaging with trade internationally, to ending this conflict. And then we have to take a step back because Iran is having an internal battle. And I've talked about this at length on this program before. But Donald Trump said this weekend, he said that there could be a deal, and he expected to see a deal today, Sunday. When still Sunday, it's not too late. There's still time. But he expected that there may be a deal today. Now, there was earlier today fighting between Israel and Lebanon against the Hezbollah, the terrorist organization Hezbollah, which is a puppet of Iran. So in attacking Hezbollah, you're in effect attacking Iran because that is their puppet. That is their terrorist wing. That's their military fighting Israel. Israel is obviously, they're going to protect their own nation, whether people like Israel or not. I do like them. You may or may not. That's immaterial. The fact is that Hezbollah, a terrorist organization, is continuing to attack the Israeli people. Israel is, of course, defending itself from that. But they did that at the same time that Donald Trump was hoping to sign a deal. Now, I know a lot of people go, well, the United States is beholden to Israel. No, we're not. Israel agrees with me, as also with the United States. They're separate. Israel's conflict with Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran has nothing to do, or very little to do, with the United States. In particular, in reference to the current fight between the United States and Iran. And if you notice, I always refer to it as the U.S.-Iran conflict, because that's what it is. It's not the United States, Israel, and Iran. No, it's the United States and it's also Iran. That's the conflict. That's the term. That is the peace deal that is being made. It's not about Israel. Israel has to come to terms with Iran separately. In particular, they're not at war. Israel hasn't declared war on Iran. Iran hasn't declared war on Israel. They are throwing rockets at each other on a regular basis, but that's not unusual or odd. That's not war, but that is fighting, and they've been fighting for decades upon decades. It's not original or new, but that's not something that the United States is responsible for. But because this happened at the same time that the United States was expecting Iran, the government of Iran, to sign the ceasefire deal, that's obviously upsetting the United States. Now, there is communications, and I keep saying the government of Iran because there's two different factions in Iran. And I actually have some proof of that I can show you today. Because you see that there were comments made today by the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman, the spokesman of the foreign ministry, as opposed to the foreign minister. That's part of the difference. You have individuals in Iran's government that are a faction of the government, but they're not representing the Ayatollah and the government itself. So we have a spokesman of Iran's foreign ministry that is saying, well, Donald Trump may not be correct. This deal may not happen this weekend. In particular, may not happen on Sunday. Not that there isn't a deal, not that this deal can't happen, but it's not going to happen on Sunday. We see a little bit further down in the article by the BBC. I believe it was, should be over here. They buried the news. Where is it? Here it is. On Friday, Iran's foreign minister, Syed IRGC, I got the name wrong. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I believe it's IRGC, said that the deal is close with the United States. See, that's the prime minister himself. So you have the prime minister's spokesman, the spokesman for the department, that says the deal may not be as close as Donald Trump thinks it is, but the prime minister, the foreign minister, I should say, the foreign minister himself actually said, no, the deal is close. So you have two different factions that are speaking. You have the foreign minister and you have the spokesman for the foreign ministry. Well, the foreign minister controls the foreign ministry. So when the foreign minister says the deal's close, you would expect that the spokesman would say the deal's close, not that it isn't close. This is the problem that we have. Part of Iran is absolutely looking to make a deal with the United States and has been since the day that this war has started. Then there's this other faction that just wants to kill every American. They want them all dead. That's the IRGC. Now, in this case, you don't see it as much. And again, Iran's top negotiator says that Israel attack on Beirut, on the suburbs, shows the U.S. lacks will or ability. So again, it's those outside parts of the Iranian government are trying to find a way to include Israel into the actions of the United States and to punish the United States for things that are happening with Israel, even though Israel is defending itself from the puppets of Iran, which is indirectly Iran itself. And so they're trying to use the United States to pressure Israel so that they can kill Israelis without having to suffer more of a war directly with them. And the United States is not agreeing with this. They're not getting away with it. But I think it's important that we see in this news. Now, this is reported by CNN. And CNN, of course, they have Trump derangement syndrome. They were more than happy to report that there is dissent growing against a deal in Iran, that Iran is split. But they don't want to mention that because it would justify every time that Donald Trump has said there has been some movement forward, and then we see that Iran backtracks or stalls, it's not Donald Trump's fault. But CNN has been committed to this idea of saying, but it's Donald Trump's fault. It's Donald Trump that has screwed up, that it is the Trump administration and MAGA and Republicans that have failed. That's why this war is continuing. That's not true. It is demonstrably and dramatically not true. And CNN knows this. They have over 10,000 employees. I knew this. I'm one man. I was explaining it to you for the last month and a half. CNN has 10,000 employees around the world, and they knew this, but they wouldn't tell you. They hid this from you. But here they're finally admitting, on the eve of potentially having the ceasefire go through, they have to mention that no, there is another faction that is fighting against the United States that is trying to continue to have this war because they just want to kill every American. And that's something the left never seems to understand. Every American. It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. And in fact, if you go by the religious beliefs of Iran, they would want to kill people on the left more than those who are center or to the right. Because on the left, well, there's the LGBT alphabet. They want to wipe that out. They throw those people off of their buildings in Iran. They set them on fire in Iran. And women, the left loves to push women's rights, which is fine, but they want to have them to the extreme. In Iran, women who get to, if you survive growing up and going to school, because they poison their own schoolgirls in Iran, women are expected to be literally barefoot and in the kitchen pregnant. Literally. That's not just a saying. It is the actual literal expectation for women in their country. And in America, women get to drive around in cars wearing scantily clad clothing that have their own opinions and say whatever they want whenever they want. Iran hates that. They want to kill the left in America more than they want to kill the right in America, although they want to kill everyone in America. But the left seems to never understand that. That's why you get the queers for Palestine. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Queers for Palestine, queers for Hamas, queers for Iran. It makes no sense. They want to kill you. They literally, demonstrably tell you, and they act on this on a regular basis. They want to kill those queers. They don't care. And yet, the left is like, no, but I'll support them. You're supporting people who are going to try and kill you. Okay. So let me prove what I'm saying here. Because I've been saying for a while, no, but the news media know that there are two different groups involved and that those two different groups are making this harder. And that's why we're seeing so many problems. And it's not a Donald Trump or a Republican or MAGA thing. It's a problem with Iran itself. As they say here in CNN, much of the dissent emerging from Iran comes from a fringe faction known as the Jebeh-ye-Paydari. I think that's how you pronounce it in Persian. But in English, that would be the Endurance Front. This is the group who were involved in 1979 in overthrowing the Shah, in installing the Ayatollah, to create the mullahs, to create the Iran that we have seen today, that for 47 years has been attacking the United States and our allies and basically any and every country in the world that doesn't believe exactly what the Ayatollah believes. These are the diehard believers, and they are the problem right now. And that's the IRGC. And I've been saying this for a month and a half at least. I've been telling you and breaking it down for you that that's the biggest problem that we have right now. And CNN knows this group has been doing this for some time. What they don't mention in their article, and you can go to ChatGPT. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to trust me. You can check this yourself. You can go to ChatGPT right now. Type in Endurance Front connection to the IRGC, the terrorist wing of the Iranian government. And they will tell you that the Front of Islamic Revolution Stability, also called the Jebeh-ye-Paydari, or the Endurance Front, is an ideological and personal overlap of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. They are the political wing of the IRGC, and the IRGC is the military terrorist wing of the government of Iran. They are together. They are the same, one and the same. Many of the same people that are in the IRGC, are in the endurance front. They are made up, they have the same ideology, they have the same mindset, they have the same goals. They are the ones that are making this problematic. And so people have been wondering, gee, Mike, you have this plan. You keep saying that it's two factions in Iran, and one of them's the IRGC and the other one's the Ayatollah, and that's why America's having a problem working out a ceasefire and a peace deal. And I've been saying, yeah, that's true. Can you name it, Mike? What's the name of the group? How can you prove that? Here is the proof coming from CNN. They're just not telling you this essential part, which you can, again, you don't have to believe me. You can go and ask ChatGPT directly, and they will tell you. Many observers view the Endurance Front as a political expression of the same revolutionary hardline ideology championed by powerful factions inside the IRGC, even though they're legally separate. They are allied and overlapping. They're not subordinate, but they are allied and overlapping. They are one in the same. And there are several articles that confirm this. That's what I've been talking about. And I was able to tell you that one man with no special access to any of the information internationally or special connections to the government that I used, and I was able to determine what's been going on in the Middle East. CNN had this information. They've known about this, and they didn't tell you because they have a political agenda. If Donald Trump looks weak, if the peace deal looks bad, then Democrats have a better chance of winning the 2026 midterm election. And that's what CNN wants. They have a political agenda. And if CNN knows it, then New York Times knows it, MS Now knows it, ABC, CBS, Huffington Post, the left-leaning news media, they all knew this. And they all have been able to confirm it. If you can find it on ChatGPT, they knew. They know these organizations. They have been following and reporting on these organizations. They have contacts in these countries. They knew this. They didn't tell you because they want to win an election. And if you knew that Donald Trump is doing everything he can, that Donald Trump and the Trump administration are doing well, but they are being sabotaged by a even more radical wing of the Iranian government that is desperate to kill every American citizen, then you might not hold Donald Trump as much at fault. You might not hold Republicans at much as fault. You might, in fact, vote Republican to give them more support rather than voting Democrat, because the answer from Democrats is, well, we're just going to give Iran everything they want. Get rid of the sanctions, let them pay tolls to go through the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to rebuild their country. We're going to allow them to build nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles that can reach not only Europe, but the United States. That's what the Democrats are willing to do because that's what they have done. They've already done that. The Obama-Iran nuclear deal gave money, funded billions of dollars, hundreds of billions, funded to Iran to be able to make ballistic missiles and drones that are being used by Russia to kill people in the Ukraine right now. Missiles that they have developed that have the range, the capability to reach London, which means they can reach any city in Europe, any major city in Europe. They can reach all of it. And that was funded by the Obama Iranian nuclear deal, which was confirmed by then Secretary of State John Kerry on January 16th of 2021 on CNBC Live. So they knew. And Iran is counting on more Democrats because not only did Obama give them the ability to create more war and more terrorism around the world, but Joe Biden, another weak president for the United States on the left, was removing sanction after sanction after sanction, giving more money and more capability to the Iranian government to build drones and to make better drone technology to sell to Russia so they can kill people in Ukraine and make Iran more powerful. And Joe Biden and his team did that just so they could talk to the Iranians about maybe not making a nuclear weapon. This is what Iran wants. And that's why you have the IRGC, an enduring front, that are working to try and kill Americans and to delay this war. They want to delay the ceasefire. They want to delay any peace talks because, one, America will be seen as having won. Two, the Iranian people will learn that Donald Trump, the United States, was able to pressure Iran and make them bow down, which in their culture is incredibly powerful. That means that their government isn't powerful, which means the people could rise up and replace the Ayatollah, replace the IRGC as the ruling governance of their nation. And they don't want that. They absolutely don't want that. And three, it means that there would be less terrorism in the world. There will be less funding, less capabilities for Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, the terrorist wings of Iran. And they don't want that. That's why they want Democrats to win. That's why they want to stretch this out as long as possible, because the longer they are able to do that, and the longer that the left-leaning news does not tell the American people what is actually happening, the more likely it is that Democrats will have power and Democrats will give Iran everything that Iran wants. Now, if anyone disagrees with that summation, if anyone disagrees with that understanding, now that I have been able to find the proof from CNN, an internationally credible left-leaning news organization, it's not me making it up. It's not me being a right-wing conservative. This is coming from left-wing news. This is confirmed by left-wing news organizations. What's to say? Now, what's the answer from the left? Oh, Mike, well, we don't like it. I don't care if you like it. It's true. Let me see. Let me go back to the comments, and we have a couple of comments here. From Dow, we have a comment that says, we see in Dearborn, we see it in Texas, we see, speaking about illegal aliens and the impact of illegal aliens on America, we see a start in we saw a start in Islamabad, New York. It is fundamentally different than having cultural enclaves like Little Italy and Little China. Yes, when we have these, since we've had the open border movement, and we have allowed these individuals to come from foreign countries that are unvetted, they aren't coming to America because they want to become Americans. They want to use and abuse the resources of America for their own country. So they are Somalians in America, not Somali Americans or American Somalis, which is actually what it should be. Their allegiance isn't to America at any point. Their allegiance is still to their home country. They just happen to be on American soil. You can say the same thing about whether they are Ugandan Americans or they are Italian Americans or Japanese Americans. It doesn't matter where the illegal alien is coming from. It is the same result. Their culture, their identity, their ideology, their social status, and the laws that they follow aren't American. They're from whatever their home country is. They just happen to be on American soil when it's happening. And that's what we saw in Europe, and that's what's destroying Europe. That's why the Swiss are saying, maybe we should just cap our population, which would prevent this corruption that's happening in their nation from getting any worse. And they had a chance at it. 55 to 45. That's a pretty close vote. And it's a Democratic vote. This is the people directly voting on the issue themselves, not their representatives, not their various factions. That's the people directly. And it's just funny that the Swedish people, the Swiss people, were able to count the votes in less than one night. They did the vote today. They had the results before the evening so I could cover it on this show. LA still doesn't have an answer on who's running for the mayor. They don't have a confirmed count. And it seems fishy anyway. If you're looking at the mayoral race and the way the vote counts went, I still think Pratt should be running against Bass. But, Democrats will Democrat. Let me see. Hey, Joel. Yes, I see Joel is here with us. It's good to see you, Joel. There's a comment here. Dow says, because they still participate as Americans to uphold the civic nationalism, to preserve the system in which they participate, and assimilate the language, the law, and founding principles. Oh, he's continuing his thought. Okay. So yeah, if people immigrate to America, if they emigrate into America, they come from a foreign country here. By the way, only 5,000 people leave America for the entire rest of the world. I want to make sure that's clear for people. There was recently a count on this. There are 5,000 Americans a year that leave America to become part of the rest of the world. There are over 2 million people from the entire world trying to become an American. I think you can understand what's the better deal, leaving America and becoming part of the world, or the world wanting to become part of America. It's pretty straightforward. And it is that stark. 2 million minimum, not including illegal aliens, want to come to America and be American. 5,000 people want to become part of the world instead of being American. That says a lot. That tells you how better off America is than every other place in the world. But there are some people who just want to use our resources. They don't care. And I'm not going to blame someone if you are from, I don't know, you're from Syria. I don't know, first country that came to my mind. So you're a Syrian and you love Syria, but you want to come to America so that you can use the American resources to become very rich and wealthy, or relatively rich and wealthy, so you can take that money and that perhaps even opportunities from America and bring it to Syria because that's your home and that's what you love. Okay, fantastic. But you're still an illegal alien. You're a burden on the United States. And I'm sorry, there's no reason why the United States should allow you to come in and take our resources and give it to someone else just because you want to do it. Sorry, that's not a reason. You don't get to do that. If we allow people to do that, then there won't be an America. It should be very straightforward. It seems not to be. So Joel has a comment. Joel says, Chuck Schumer, the leading Democrat in the Senate, says, wants Iran to be Vietnam for Trump. Yes, that's what the Democrats are hoping for. That's why CNN isn't telling you what's really going on. They want this to be as bad and hopefully as bloody as possible so that you will vote for Democrats, so Democrats will have power, because they have nothing else to offer. It's not that they have a better plan to make the world safe, to make America safe. They don't have a plan for that. They don't have a plan for a better economy. They don't have a plan for anything. Their answer to every single question. Clip this if you want to. Clip this part and really share this around to people. The Democrats don't have a better plan for economy. They don't have a better plan for world peace. They have Orange Man bad. Every single Democrat across America at the local, state, and federal level are all running against Orange Man bad. Every single one of them. Donald Trump isn't running for any of their races. He's not trying to be your local mayor. He's not trying to join your city council. He isn't trying to be part of your state legislature. He is the president. Doesn't give a damn about your local government, your state government. He doesn't care because he's the president. He has other problems, not that. But every Democrat is running against Donald Trump. Notice they're not running to help your city, to help your state, to help your county. They're not trying to help anyone else. They're trying to take power. That's why they're fighting against Donald Trump and not trying to actually improve anything. They're not actually telling you, oh, yeah, it'll be like, again, it'll be rainbows and unicorns and sugar plums for everybody once we beat Orange Man Bad. Okay, but you're not running against Orange Man Bad. Orange Man Bad isn't in charge of Chicago. Orange Man Bad isn't running New York City. Orange Man Bad isn't running the day-to-day operations in LA. Democrats are, and they have failed. Dramatically, demonstrably, continuously, they failed. So why are you blaming Orange Man Bad? He's got nothing to do with that. That's not his policies. That's not what he's doing. He's not running it day to day. The Democrats are, and they have failed. But you're not supposed to think about that, nor are you supposed to hold them accountable. According to the left-wing news media, according to Hollywood, according to the Democrats, Orange Man Bad means you vote blue no matter who, no matter why. Doesn't matter what their policies are. It doesn't matter that they have failed demonstrably over and over. Doesn't matter that they have absolutely no plan and that every single Democrat cannot tell you how they're going to make your life better. All they can tell you is Orange Man Bad, and anything bad is there. And I'll use a great example for this. So in New York State, the Democrats want you to believe that Orange Man Bad, and that's why New York is failing. Democrats have controlled New York State since 1958. That's the state legislature and or every state office. You know, that would be the AG, that would be the comptroller, the vice governor, the governor. For the last 60 years, all Democrat control. Republicans can't pass a law without Democrats wanting it to be passed. The libertarians have no voice. They were screwed by the Democrats. Literally, Andrew Cuomo changed the laws in the middle of an election just so he could screw over third parties. That would be libertarians, that would be the Conservative Party, that would be the Greens. He screwed them all over to make sure that Democrats would have more power. Republicans, third parties, have never been part of the problem. In the last 60 years, they have not been part of the problem in New York State, whether it's in New York City or the statewide. Same thing can be said for Illinois, Chicago. Same thing can be said for California, especially LA. Same thing can be said for Massachusetts and Boston in particular. You could say the same thing about Seattle and Portland. Those are all Democrat problems. They've had control for half a century or more. In some of those cities, 100 years. Some of those states for at least half a century. That's not a Republican's fault, but Orange Man Bad. But Orange Man Bad is the problem, even though the problem existed before you were alive and before Donald Trump ever decided to run for any elected office. Long before 2016, the problems existed, and they came from Democrats because the Democrats were the only ones in charge. But you should vote for more Democrats so they can make more problems that they cannot solve. Makes no sense. Makes no sense, folks. By the way, how is the rest of the world taking this news? How is the world reacting to the potential of a peace deal? Are they screaming Orange Man bad? He screwed up. This is going to be terrible. Are they saying this is going to be a bad idea? Well, let's take a look. The easiest way I can get the global impression is you can go and check the oil prices for Brent crude oil. And right now, the future indications are $82.25, which is down. Oil is trading down, and it is down from the peak. Now, that's just in the last day. In the last 5 days, the price is down. In the last month, the price is down. In the last 6 months, the price is up. It is up for the last 6 months, which is how long we've been fighting against Iran right now. But the news media wants you to believe that everything has failed. The world is happy. The world is happy that we are moving forward. The world is trying to encourage the Ayatollah and the mullahs to agree to the ceasefire and this new deal that removes their capability of having ballistic missiles. This removes their capability of having the ability to fund global terror. This removes the ability of them having nuclear weapons. The world's happy about this. If they thought this was a bad thing, the price of oil would be well over $100. When they were scared before, the price was over $125. The world's not scared. They understand. This is about stability. This isn't World War III. The people who told you this was going to be World War III, they lied to you. Everyone who said this is going to start World War III, this is going to be absolutely devastating, they lied to you. Or they didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And the world is telling you that. It's the easiest way to figure it out. Just look at the oil prices. But, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy because I'm explaining this to you. Because we're not supposed to talk. You're supposed to say, oh, but Mike's a conservative. He's a Republican, even though he's black. And that shouldn't exist. Black Republicans don't exist. Black conservatives don't exist. But Mike's a black conservative. But I shouldn't talk to Mike. I shouldn't listen to Mike because he's a conservative. He's a Republican. And we can only listen to black Democrats. So what am I supposed to do? Just listen. Make up your own mind. Make your own decision. There's a reason why the Democrats are all running. The only thing they're running for is against Donald Trump. There's a reason why they don't want you to think about anything, why they don't want you to recognize the little details, the things that they can't avoid mentioning, like the fact that the enduring front is the IRGC, and that Iran has been so decimated that there's two factions. One of those factions is working with America. The other faction's working against America. And if we can get the faction that's working with America, get them in line, that we can make Iran more peaceful. We could literally make a serious blow against terrorism around the world. But Democrats, they want power. And they don't mind that Democrats getting power means there will be more terrorism in the world. They don't mind that it means that there will be a nuclear threat against America in the near future. They don't mind that it will mean that Europe will be under an immediate threat. They don't care because they want power. And if there's any elected Democrat, or any Democrat candidate that disagrees with me, I will be happy to debate you for as long as you want. You want to go 12 hours? Let's have a 12-hour debate. Because I can prove my point. But they can't prove their point. My point is very obvious, and it's all across the news. It's very clear. All right. Let me move on. So let me move on to some more domestic news. And again, I want to refer back to what you had said, Dow. Where is it? I think it was this comment. And I think you said, I still say much of our issues would be solved with how legislation gets funding. Well, speaking about funding, And this is the way that the news media lies to you. Okay, this is coming from the Motley Fool, and you've probably heard about this organization. It's been around for decades, since the 90s. They're very well known. Some would say even well respected. They're putting out Kaylee Hagan is the name. Let me make it a little bigger. By the way, all the links for everything that I'm showing you will be included at the end of the show. After I get done, I'll put up the links so that you guys can see everything for yourself. You can read every single story. You can become more educated and more informed about whatever part of it you wish to and make whatever decision you want. This is about you making up your mind. But they just came out and they said, oh my God, Social Security's going to run out. This is them helping Democrats. This is the lies. These are how these lies are put out there. Because it's not just CNN and it's not just the politicians, but this is how they spread the news. Social Security is scheduled to run out of money sooner than previously expected. Now, by the way, we have known for my entire lifetime, 58 years, that Social Security is running out of money. For 58 years, this is known. It's not a surprise. And in the 80s, we had a massive crisis because in the 80s, Social Security was going to run out of money. And it would not have been able to pay all the people who had paid into Social Security because Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. The first people in get all the money, and all the people at the end of the scheme lose all the money. That's a Ponzi scheme. That's Social Security. It takes 3 people to pay into Social Security to pay out one person who collects Social Security. That's just the way it works. You don't have, whether you like that or not, doesn't matter. That's how it works. And in this case, and I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second, Gracie, but in this case, they're saying they're running out and they're saying, oh my God, Social Security is going to run out of money. This is a problem of the Republican, MAGA, Donald Trump. You got to vote them out because they have screwed you. We're going to run out of money even sooner than we thought. What did we think was going to happen? Well, the prevailing thought, as revealed here, last year's report about Social Security is that the funds, Social Security, would exist until 2033. That is 7 years from today. Am I missing the numbers? Am I wrong? It's 2026. In 7 years, it'll be 2033. So there were 7 years. And there is now the latest trustee report. The latest trustee report says that there's only 6 years left. That means 2032. 1 year. Social Security is scheduled to run out of money sooner than previously. The headline is supposed to make you panic. Oh my God, we're running out. It's not going to be there. It won't be there tomorrow. They're running out of money. They screwed up. Republicans, MAGA, Donald Trump, they screwed up. It's draining all the money that we knew was being drained out anyway. This is not new. We knew this day was coming. We've known that it was going to be about this time frame for decades. This isn't a surprise to anyone. And oh my God, it was supposed, and they're like, oh my God, it's going to run out sooner, and you old people you're not going to be able to live. You won't be able to survive. Your money's going to be gone tomorrow, next week. You got to vote for Democrats right now. Vote Democrat, run, vote Democrat twice. Fill it out, put it in the mail, show up in person, vote as many times as you can. Tell everyone else around you they have to vote. They have to vote Democrat as well because all the money's gone. Except it just takes them basically 2 sentences. The money was going to run out as expected in 2033. But the latest update is, oops, it's going to be 2032. Now, mind you, it might have been January of 2033 that the money was going to run out, and now it's going to run out in December of 2032. The difference is 1 month. Oops. But the headline is, oh my God, it's all over. Poor people, people who are poor, people who are old, you're screwed. It's all over. You've got to get the Democrats in now so that it can save your life. That's the headline. That's the panic. That's the sales pitch. They're abusing you. This is an emotional abuse. Please clip this. Show this to other people and be like, Mike, I didn't even notice that. They're lying to you. It's 1 year. It might have been the difference of 1 month from January of 33 to December of 32. For all we know, because they don't make it clear. They don't give us the time frame. All they tell us is it went from, it's going to only last 6 years, but it was supposed to last until 2033. They mixed it up so that they're telling you words and they give you a number so you don't connect the two. You're not supposed to stop and think about it and do the math. That in 6 years, it'll be 2032. 7 years is 2033. The difference is 1 year. At the most, at the maximum, the difference is 1 year. It's 1 year sooner. That's minuscule in terms of the error, in terms of the problem. There is no difference. There is no difference functionally. So we're still dealing with the same problem with the same time frame. So whether you get Democrats in tomorrow or not will not change the situation because we're still running into that same brick wall. By the way, where did this brick wall get created from? Democrats. Both the Clinton administration and before then, this is a Democrat problem created by Democrats, allowed to exist by Republicans. Fair enough. Republicans allowed this problem to exist, but it was a problem created by Democrats. And it's just been kicked down, the can just gets kicked down the road. And I am really damn sure that what's going to happen is Republicans and Democrats are going to kick the can down the road. They're going to print a bunch of money, which is inflationary. They're going to print a ton of money, loan it to the government. So the government makes the money, loans it to itself, and now we get an extra 25 years, another generation before we have to worry about this problem, before we have to pay off these loans. We'll create another line of credit. We'll create a bunch of bonds that are just for Social Security and kick this problem down the road by about 25 years. Is it solved? No. But it means that people who are dealing with it right now, most of the politicians today that will have to deal with the problem of Social Security won't be in office in 25 years. Most of them will be out of office, retired, and or dead. So they don't care. It's not their problem. The problem will be the next generation has to figure it out, not the current one. I won't be alive, most likely, in 25 years. This isn't a problem for me. It's a problem for my nephew because he's young. My nephew is 25. God, he's getting old. Yeah, he's got to deal with this. This is a problem for him to try and resolve. It's not a problem for me. And that's what they're going to do. And I guarantee you, it doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, they're going to kick it down the road, and they're all happy for that because they don't want to solve the problem. They don't want to solve the problem. The reason why you're reelecting them is because the problem exists. If they solve the problem, you don't have a reason to go and elect the other side. They need this argument so that you are motivated to elect the other side. But I just found this so insanely. This is absolutely abject abuse. This is emotional abuse. This is assuming that you are too stupid to stop and catch this, that you're not going to notice that they switched from telling you words about the time difference to numbers, that you're not going to notice that they're literally talking about at maximum a 1 year, at minimum 1 month difference. Okay, let me take the comment. Gracie has a comment here, and she says, one question. How much power How much power will Democrats have after nuclear weapons hit the United States? Well, if a nuclear weapon were to hit the United States, it would not be a question of anyone having power. Literally, no one's going to have any power. That would be a very bad day. Chuck is with us. Hey, Chuck. Chuck from Long Island, who I will be with every Monday. We have the Monday Opinion Roundtable. And during that, I speak with Charles Guaria and Joe Hanush and John Navarra. Usually that's the lineup of panelists that I get to be a co-host with. And we talk about many of the issues that affect Florida and New York State and the nation. And we go from the ideas of a libertarian, Democrat, or me being the Republican, and someone completely independent of the parties. And we talk about the issues and how we can solve them. And usually I am almost always right because it actually sets all the rules and actually works it all out for them. But, that's just my opinion on that. Let's see. So Chuck says, Fed government has been saying that Social Security will run out my entire adult life. True, mine as well. It's boy who cried wolf. Well, not quite, because it was running out. And literally, in the 1980s, the federal government created bonds and printed money and kicked the problem down the road. That was in I think it was 1986. It might have been 1987. It was during the Clinton administration. They kicked the problem all the way to 2030 because none of them would be in an elected office, and none of them are. And none of them would be in power in the government, and none of them are. It's 2 generations later, they don't care. They have nothing to worry about because it's not their, in the 80s, all those politicians, none of their problems. It's a problem for me and you, Chuck. And when they kick it down the road again, it'll stop being our generation, our problem, and it'll turn to my nephew's generation, maybe his kids. And they will have the problem because they're going to kick it down the road another 20, minimum 25 years, if not 50. And that will increase more inflation, and that will make poor people even more poor. But it will be a problem for someone else to deal with, not the current politicians. So that's why they do this. So Social Security isn't theft. It's just designed to be a Ponzi scheme. The concept of the Social Security system isn't necessarily a bad concept. It's the execution. And again, it's also the way it was designed. 3 people pay into Social Security for 1 person to pay out. The reason why it was created that way, just so people know, in case you were wondering, why would they ever design it like that? That is a Ponzi scheme. It is. Because in the 1930s, 1950s, you were going to die before you ever collected the money. You weren't expected to make it to 72. Most people died before they were 72. So people who would retire at about 72 or so, well, that would be a very small population. So there's a lot of money available. So you could pay them more than just what they kicked in. You can give them money from 2 or 3 other people so that they can retire very well off, and they'll be fine because, well, 4 or 5 people died and only 1 collected the money. So you're ahead of the game. And they were able to borrow the money because they had 20, 30 years before anyone would ever start collecting. So they thought, we'll borrow the money. We'll be able to pay it back. That's the promise they made to the public. We'll borrow it today. And in 10, 20 years, we'll pay it back. And then it'll be available for when people start retiring. It didn't work. That didn't happen. It's never happened. But that was the plan. And that was the way they explained it. And that's why it's a Ponzi scheme. Because they expected you to be dead, and they thought you'd never collect the money, and they thought they had more than enough time that they would never have to pay all the people. They didn't take into account that with more technology, with more science, people would live longer lives, and more people would collect Social Security. They never considered that. They never factored that in. Never, not once. And that's why we run out of money. But, that's just the way that goes. Let's see. Bronner has a comment here. Bronner says, I really enjoy the roundtable that I'm on Mondays. And by the way, that's at 7 p.m. on Mondays. You can see it on my channel, as well as you can go to the opinion guy, Charles Guaria, and you'll be able to see it on his channel as well. Let's see. Yeah, it is a fun panel most of the time. So Bronner goes on to say, it's a horrible concept, Mike. We are forced to pay the government for a promise of Social Security. We should be allowed to invest in our own future absent the theft from government. Well, first of all, the average person is an idiot when it comes to investing. Most people do not know how to invest their own money. In fact, 70% of everyone who invests money individually loses money. 70% of all people who are in charge of their own investments lose money. Actually, 70 to 80, somewhere between 70 and 80% of all individuals that are responsible for making their own investments lose money every single year. And the reason isn't per se that people are stupid, although in terms of investing, most people are. And I say this as a stockbroker, not as a personal attack, but most people do not understand how to invest, why they should invest, or what they should do about the investment. They don't understand it. They don't understand the principles because it's their money. And so they get afraid. They get very afraid about their investments. When it goes up, they get greedy. And when it goes down, they get all panicky. They don't know how to react properly. They don't have the right discipline. And it was because they were never taught to have that discipline. So if you give people their own money and say, go invest it, and don't put on strict guidelines and really a lot of restrictions on how they can invest that money, people will lose that money. And even with absolute strict guidelines, most people are still going to lose more money than they will make because they are emotional about their investments and they don't understand why they are investing or how they are investing. They will make the wrong decisions. So that's a problem. So since that is a problem and it's recognized and it's true, it's an absolute fact, then the answer that was initially thought up was, well, okay, let's get people, the government, which is dispassionate. It's like a stockbroker. A stockbroker is dispassionate. It's your money, not my money. If it were my money, I would panic more. And every stockbroker with their own money is just as irresponsible and prone to emotional outbursts as are investors. But that's why brokers don't manage their own money. They give it to another broker to manage for them because you're emotional about your own money. And if you manage your own money, you will lose it more often than not. Not 100% of the time, not every person, but we're talking the majorities here. They're going to lose money just like anyone else would. When I was a stockbroker, why could I make other people a lot of money? Because I wasn't worried about it. It's not my money. If we lost $50,000 in 5 minutes, it didn't bother me. I could go to sleep perfectly well at night. It wasn't my money. We understood the risk. I told people what the risk is. We made the investment. We made the bet, and the bet either paid off or it didn't. I could sleep at night. I didn't do anything wrong. These were people who could afford the money that they were investing, and they understood the risk that was going on, or at least they said they did, and they gave me the money and they paid me. And either I was right or I was wrong. I can go to sleep at night. I don't care if they make money or not. Why? I'm getting paid. And it's in my best interest to make them more money so that they can so I can make more commission and do more trades with that individual. The more money I make them, the more I can get them to make bigger trades, to give me a bigger commission, to give me their friends to work with me, and so on and so on. So it's in my best interest to make them money. But if they lose at any given time, I'm not worried about it. And that's why you don't want the public to have control without major restrictions on their investments. Now, again, going back, the government was meant to be that dispassionate control over the investments. Two problems with that. One, the government didn't invest the money, they just held the money. They basically tried to bank the money, which is not investing. Putting your money in a bank is not investing. That is a horrible, terrible idea, and you get the worst kind of return on your money, which is why we don't make a lot of interest off of Social Security. The money that was put in there didn't make a lot of money because it was sitting in a bank, and that makes the worst kind of money. Two, the government is absolutely an idiot. The government has, if individuals are terrible at investing their own money, the government is even worse than that. The government is like anti-investing. That's the best way to burn money, is to give it to the government, because the government's corrupt and the government's inefficient and ineffective. They will always, in almost every situation that isn't war, the government will almost always make the worst decision possible. If it has to deal with private business, private investments, the government will almost always make the worst possible decision in the worst possible way every single time. And that's the problem with having Social Security as it exists now. They gave away too much money, and the government had no idea what to do with the money or how to use the money properly. The problem, but the concept of Social Security, it's not a bad concept. It's not a bad thing. Give the money to someone who's far more responsible, who isn't emotionally tied to the money, and their job is to, in the best way possible, assuming the proper risk exposure, to grow the money as much as possible while maintaining the safest risk profile over time. It's not a bad concept. It's just horrendous execution. Let me go on. So Bronner believes people should be allowed to opt in and out. Well, yes, but again, we need a lot of restrictions, because what are you going to do? 70% of all investors will lose money every year. That means that they're going to lose money on their investments if they don't have restrictions, if they don't have something that requires them to maintain certain minimums and certain guidelines. What do you do to that 70% of the population that just made stupid, emotional decisions about their investments, and now they have nothing to retire on? What do you do about them? As an individual, you can say, well, that's your problem. You're an individual. You figure it out. But as a country, as a government that has to deal with these individuals, no, you can't just let it happen. You have to have an answer. Let's see. Bronner goes on and says, okay, 70% lose money on their investments. That's true. How is that different than Social Security? Because Social Security can print money. Because the government can print money. Government can put out a loan. The United States government is AA- rated. Now, that may not mean a lot to a lot of people, but the best rating you can have, best credit rating a country or a business can have, is AAA. The United States government, thanks in large part to the Obama administration and then the Biden administration, was downgraded from AAA, which means my word is my bond. If I tell you I'm going to give you $1 tomorrow, it's as good as gold. You will have $1 tomorrow. That's what the United States used to be. Then we got the Obama administration. Then we got the Biden administration. And the United States got knocked down from AAA to AA or AA-, which means we're the next step down, which means if we say that give me $1 and I will give you back on Tuesday, if I say tomorrow, Monday, I will give you back $1, more likely it'll probably be Tuesday or Wednesday, but you'll get the $1 back, but you won't get it back on time. It's going to be Tuesday or Wednesday. You promised Monday, it's Tuesday or Wednesday, but you get the money back. That's the difference. That's a layman's way of looking at what's the difference between AAA and AA ratings in terms of credit ratings, in terms of governments. So you'll get the money back. You just may not get it back when you think you will. It may not be as valuable as you think. You borrowed $1 million, but inflation, well, there's a lot more inflation. So that $1 million buys only $500,000 worth of stuff. I promise now I'm going to give you back $1 million. We inflated by 10 times the amount of money out there. Your money only buys 1/10 as much stuff, but I'm still giving you back the million. I just didn't tell you that I was going to print 10 times as much money so I could pay you. And I didn't tell you that when I did that, it was going to make your money worthless. But I gave you back the million. And that's what a AA rating is versus a AAA rating. I'll give you back the money and it will still be worth something, as opposed to I'm going to give you back the money and it's going to be worth almost what you gave me, but not quite. So there's the difference. It's fun to get into my stockbroker mindset. I don't get to do that often. Let's see. We see Joel says, my representatives say no use investing because Elon has hoarded all the money. Yeah, and I'm going to get into the show a little bit about Elon. What is it with the Democrats? They are so damn jealous of Elon Musk. They are losing their ever-living minds about Elon Musk. Where is it? Here it is. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. They're out of their minds. This is insane. And this is from a guy called Harry Eccles, is a nurse. He's a unionist. He's a socialist. He's with the Green Party. That's Harry Eccles. Harry Eccles, nurse, union, socialist, Green Party. He's a communist. He just wanted to say it in a bunch of different words to make it sound more impressive and to sound like he's more knowledgeable than he is. He's a communist. Straight up, simple answer. He's a communist. And the communist says, so the original comment comes from a woman named Kat, who, she loves her God, her country, her family. Fair enough. And this woman says, why do the liberals feel like they're entitled to Elon Musk's money? I don't get it, which is a fair question, because you're listening to Elizabeth Warren, you're listening to AOC, you're listening to all of the Democrats are going, we could if we only taxed 15, 10, 20, 70% of Elon Musk's $1 trillion, we could pay off X or Y or Z. We'd feed all the children. We'd make the rain. It would be raining dollars from heaven. Every retired person would be able to retire a millionaire. There'd be every child in the world would be able to have food at night. I mean, they're making exaggeration out of exaggeration after exaggeration. No one would ever be homeless anymore because, Elon Musk, we take the money from him, which is all a lie. The country, the United States, is $39 trillion in debt. Yes, Elon made $1 trillion. That doesn't even start to reduce the national debt. We spend $7 trillion a year as a nation. We go $2 trillion in debt every year as a nation. That is with Republicans. That is with Democrats. It doesn't matter. We have trillions that we spend, and we go trillions into debt. Elon Musk is not saving America. He's not saving anyone. You could take all of his money or just a part of it, and that will resolve nothing, because the problem isn't the money, it's how they use the money. It's the way that they spend and distribute the money. Oh my God, we could take 1/10 of all of Elon Musk's money out of his $1 trillion, and we'd be able to feed every child. We spend $7 trillion a year, including feeding those very same kids. Obviously, $7 trillion isn't enough to do that. So another trillion from Elon isn't going to make the difference. That's the part that the Democrats never want you to think of. That's the part that Harry Eccles isn't thinking about, because he says, why does Elon feel like he's entitled to $1 trillion? Because he made companies, because he created equity, because he worked for it. You didn't do it. Harry, if it were so simple and if it were so obvious and if everyone could do it, Harry, why are you not the trillionaire? Oh, because you're not good enough. Now, to be fair, I'm not good enough either. I'm not a trillionaire. But neither are you, Harry. But you know who is a trillionaire? Elon Musk. Even if you want to say that Elon Musk is just scum of the earth and he's a manipulator, he's the best damn manipulator in the history of mankind. He made $1 trillion. You didn't. Okay, you may be really good scam artist and you can do 3-card Monty. You can go and scam from, I don't know, food stamps, but you're not getting $1 trillion. So even if you want to say Elon Musk he just scammed everyone. What was it that AOC said? That Elon Musk is unintelligent? He's an unintelligent billionaire? Well, excuse me, he's an unintelligent trillionaire, AOC. And you're not. So obviously, he's better than you, whether it's because, and that means he's smarter than you. Bottom line, he's smarter than all of us. He figured out how to make $1 trillion. Whether you think he's worth it or not, whether you think he deserves it or not, he did it. You didn't. So you don't get to take his money because he earned it. Whether you think that was nefarious or not, he earned it. You didn't. You don't get to take it. It's not yours. And you don't get to dream about what you could do with his money. Make your own. Learn from him. Duplicate what he does. Be better than him if you can. And if you can't, try to be as good and copy him as best you can and make your own money. Then you can spend it any way you want. Make the government efficient and effective, and you can spend it. It's not like the government can't print another $1 trillion. We already print 7 trillion every year. It's not the problem. The problem isn't making the money. The problem is we waste the money. And somehow the left can't figure it out. But not only did Harry Eccles say that somehow Elon isn't entitled to $1 trillion, even though he earned it. The answer is, and this comes from Jeff and Rio, and they say, they're quoting Thomas Sowell. And Thomas Sowell is a brilliant man, and he has a great quote here. Envy was once considered to be one of the 7 deadly sins before it became one of the most admired virtues under its new name, social justice. And Harry, you are envious. AOC, Elizabeth Warren, pretty much all the Democrats, they're envious because you can't figure out how to make $1 trillion. Now, I can't figure out how to make $1 trillion either, but I'm not envious of Elon Musk. I'd like to copy Elon Musk. I'd like to make $1 trillion for myself, but I don't want to take his money, nor do I want to stop him from making another $1 trillion. I want to figure out how he's doing it so I could do it for myself. I want to be able to have my family and my friends become millionaires, if not billionaires, along with me, so that we can all live extremely comfortable lives. I would like to duplicate that for my family and my friends. I got no problem with it. I'm not good enough to do it. That's why I don't have $1 trillion. I'm not embarrassed by saying that. I don't think anyone should be, but we should try to be. And that's the thing. I don't want to take away from Elon. I'm not going to shoot him down. I'm not upset that Jeff Bezos is a multi-billionaire. I'm not upset. And in fact, to be fair, I'm not upset that 51% of our Congress are multi-millionaires. 51% of our Congress are multi-millionaires, and they have never held an actual job in their lifetimes. Chuck Schumer has never had a job. AOC was a bartender for a couple of years, and then she became a multimillionaire. What? She's not worth a couple of $1 million. The only thing she's ever done is bartend and be a congresswoman. That's it. She's buying Teslas. She's in a private gated community with security. She knows how to be a bartender. That's it. That's her only productive creation. That's a scam all its own. And you want to say that Elon Musk, he made 4,400 people millionaires on the same day that he made himself a trillionaire. And you want to take his money. He has been more productive. And think about it. That's 4,400 people who have to pay extra taxes. That's 4,400 people who have an opportunity to build a new business. That's potentially 4,400 new businesses, employing anywhere from 4,000 to, I don't know, it could be hundreds of thousands of people each. Each business could employ somewhere between 1 and 100,000 people each. And there's 4,000 of them. He just gave the opportunity for the United States to have zero unemployment, potentially. Now, will that happen? No. Doesn't matter. He created the opportunity because millionaires can create a bodega. They can build a business tomorrow. You know who can't build a business tomorrow? A poor person. Poor people can't do that. Millionaires can. He made 4,000 millionaires. That's 4,000 potential businesses. That's 4,000 people that each state will collect money off of, that taxes will be paid on, that their friends and families might get donations and gifts. If maybe they'll buy yachts, each and every one of them. Fantastic. And how many carpenters and electricians and plumbers and all the people involved to build each and every one of them a yacht? How many people will be employed? What is that? 1,000, 5,000 people per yacht being employed? See, the Democrats are looking at this very short-sighted because they're jealous. The Democrats are short-sighted about this because they can't envision this. They can't do this, and they can't celebrate. They want all the power, which means they want all the money because money goes with power. So they want all the power, which means they get all the money, and anyone else who's making more than them may have more power than them. Well, that's a problem. That's a threat to Democrats being in control. That's what they're upset about. And the leftists that are going around screaming about, oh my God, well, we could use that money to do this, that, and the other. You already get $7 trillion a year. And we did that for 4 years with Joe Biden. We did that with 8 years under Barack Obama. And your ideas suck. They failed. They didn't work. It doesn't happen. We've seen 75 years of socialism in the former Soviet Union. It failed. It didn't work. Your ideas suck. We see it in China right now. And again, a communist nation for roughly about 65 years, that is folding. They're trying to create a quasi-communist, communist and also capitalist society, which isn't really working. And that's because communism sucks. It doesn't work. It's a terrible idea. Communism, socialism don't work. Progressivism don't work. They always fail. They have always failed. You are the problem to your biggest objective. That's the answer to the left about Elon Musk. Oh my God, we should take Elon Musk's money and do what? We're going to feed everyone. You didn't do it last time. You've had the money, you've had the power, and you didn't feed them before. So why should I believe you're going to feed them in the future? You're going to waste the money. Scumbags that they are. Okay, hang on. All right, let me see comments here. All right, some of them may be too stupid to truly understand what's going on. Guarantee you instead, most of these people are savvy enough about money, but truly believe everyone else is ignorant of it. Well, they have a high opinion of themselves, yes. So the Democrats gaslight people, and they say it is 1 trillion right in Elon's wallet. Well, yeah, they assume 1 trillion being worth $1 trillion is the same as having $1 trillion. Not the same. He has an asset. He has assets that are worth $1 trillion combined. But he doesn't have $1 trillion. There's a big difference between those two things. That's like saying I'm worth $5 or I have $5. If I have $5, I can buy a hot dog and eat. If I'm worth $5, I can't buy unless someone gives me, someone who's willing to trade or leverage my $5. I don't get to buy anything because that's not money. You're worth $5, but you don't have any money unless you can loan that money, or you can, basically get a loan off that money, off that value. Let me see. Yeah, as if you could take Elon's 1 trillion magically. Everyone else in the world gets money. It's just stupid. It is stupid. But they don't expect you to think about this. You're just supposed to go with the feeling. It feels good to say, well, we'll take 10% and we'll feed all the kids. You're a liar. We'll take 15% and everyone will have a house. You're a liar. Every Democrat that says that stuff to you, they are a liar. They are envious, like AOC, like Elizabeth Warren. They're jealous because they think they should be able to make more money, but they're not smart enough to do it. It's okay to say you're not smart enough to make $1 trillion. Guess what? In the entire world, only one person was smart enough to be able to do it. It wasn't you. Unless Elon is watching this right now, and I don't think he is. I wish he was. I don't think he is. You weren't smart enough to make $1 trillion. That's not an insult. In the history of mankind, one person figured it out. You know what? Everyone else isn't in bad company. Where the rest of the world is, we're not smart enough to figure out how to make $1 trillion. Okay, it's not a bad crowd. Liz Warren is having a stroke over the trillionaire status, like Scrooge McDuck. Yeah, she's looking at someone else's wealth, someone else's value. Mind you, if Liz Warren or AOC, if they really wanted to help people, Liz Warren is a multimillionaire. She became a multimillionaire lying about her racial status. She said she was an American Indian. She isn't, but she lied, took advantage, and took away an opportunity for an actual Native American Indian, and she took that opportunity. She made herself wealthy, and she has never voluntarily given a dime to the United States government. I want you to think about that. She got all the advantages that she did not deserve and did not earn, and neither before the time that she confirmed or after the time she confirmed that she is not an American, Native American Indian, she has never donated a dime to the IRS. She has never paid back any of the benefit she received. And she wants to blame someone else and want to take someone else's money. How about we take your money first? Elizabeth Warren, let's start with you. Oh, no, but I'm a senator. I'm Elizabeth Warren. You don't understand. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You're greedy. Power hungry and greedy. All right. Yes, Thomas Sowell is a brilliant man. Absolutely true. By the way, if someone's wondering, yes, you can clip any part of my programs, especially when I'm mentioning other members of elected office, and you can send them a clip of me insulting them to their face. And I challenge them to come onto this program and have a debate with me on whatever topic they would like to go after. I am more than happy to debate AOC, Elizabeth Warren, any of them, any of the topics that I cover, which is pretty big. I cover politics over the last 40 years, everything from the international down to the local. If they want to debate me, anytime, any place. If they think that I am wrong, let's have the conversation. Don't try and do a tweet and go, oh, you just don't know and you're just stupid. No, come on. I'm not a 5-year-old. Let's have an adult. Let's act like adults and have a conversation. Let's actually talk. And I'll give you 12 hours. We can have a debate for 12 hours. I can do that. I don't think Elizabeth Warren can, not because she's too old, because I don't think she really knows the policies or the consequences of her policies. AOC, it's not because she's old. She doesn't understand any of the policies nor the consequences of those policies. But, that's my opinion. Bronner mentions Bernie Sanders never had a job. True. I've read that in the 60s, even the hippies hated Bernie because he was lazy and unbathed. Yes, it is true that Bernie Sanders got kicked out of a communist commune because he didn't contribute. He just took. Yes, that is true. Hey, this is Forest Mommy. Forest Mommy's with us. Hello, Forest Mommy. And she goes, a normal person can be self-employed and making money at services or trades, but these people don't want that. No, they want you to be subservient. They want you to be dependent. They don't want you to realize that you could do it yourself, but they want you to choose not to do it and to rely on them. Because if you are dependent on them, then you will always give them more power. You will always vote them in. You will always vote them more and more power because you want what they're giving you. And you're never understanding you could do it without them. You could do it without them. The solution, as an example, we were talking about Social Security before. The solution isn't have the government fix Social Security. The solution is allow people to invest the money with restrictions so that they can grow the money. So that, okay, you have to get your money into a pool. That money has to be managed by a qualified financial advisor, a stockbroker, someone like that. And that individual is responsible for following the guidelines. Here's the margin that they have. Here's how much risk you can accept for a person of X age with X money. Okay. And they grow your money so that it's available to you when you need it, but it's not going to be blown because you got emotional one day and you're afraid. Oh my God. I don't know. You confuse Dogecoin with Bitcoin. Big difference between the two and a very different trading style. Not to say that you couldn't make money with Dogecoin, but it ain't going to be Bitcoin money. It's an entirely different strategy, entirely different thing. You got to know the difference. All right, let me go on. Let's see. So Joel says, Forest Mommy, okay, that's with Forest Mommy and Joel. They're talking to each other. Gracie's with us, and Gracie says, my grandfather was briefly a member of the Communist Party in the 1930s. When he found out what they were really about, he ran screaming to the Republican Party and never looked back. Well, that's the thing. People, they like the thing about the Communist Party and the Socialists, they sell the idea really well. Yes, we're going to feed everyone. The kids will never go hungry. You'll always have a roof over your head. They don't fill in the details. Yeah, every kid will be able to eat a cracker. That's true. And you'll be able to live in a cardboard box. That's true. You'll be undercover. They just didn't mention you'll be living in a cardboard box and the kids will be eating crackers. They left that part out because the details matter. And if you knew the details walking in, you wouldn't walk in. That's why they go after young people. That's why they indoctrinate them, young people in high school, in college, when they have no world experience, when they don't know anything. And they've been filled with this idea that this will work. It'll be great. No one's ever tried it before. This is the first time anyone's trying it this way, which is a lie. History tells us, and we have seen, and if you've lived long enough, you have lived through many examples of this being tried. It never works. But young people haven't had that experience yet. They don't know these things yet. And they don't know what details to look for, what details to ask about. They have to go through the experience and find out, oh, I should have asked about whether or not, when you said everyone would have a roof over their heads, I didn't know I needed to ask that, will it be cardboard or would it be a wood house? I didn't know when you said, oh, we're going to feed all the kids. I didn't know to ask, well, does that mean they're going to have a steak or does that mean they're going to have a cracker? They didn't know what to ask, but now they do. Well, it's a bit late. So that's the big thing. And that's the thing about communism. They rely on the fact that you don't know. And once you find out, it's too late. Let's see. Gracie says, if Musk wanted to write Pocahontas a check, she should take it. She would take it. She would, absolutely. She takes money from Jeff Bezos. She takes money from Mark Cuban. By the way, they're all working with Donald Trump. She'll take their money in a heartbeat. She'll take money from Elon Musk. If he wrote her a check for $1 million, she'd take it. Don't believe that she's going to stand on a high horse. When she gets that check in her hand, she will go and cash it. And then she'll say, I'm going to use this money to do some good in the world. You're a multimillionaire already. You could already do the good. You're a senator and a multimillionaire. You can already do good. You don't need Elon Musk. You can do it yourself. She doesn't want to, especially not with her money. She wants to use your money. Okay, let me see. Bronner says, I've been on the interwebs for a long time, and one thing I've learned is most people are crappy at debating. True. That's true. And I've had a lot more experience at doing it than most people. But I'm talking about politicians. And most of the politicians I mentioned by name are politicians who've been doing it for 5 years at the least, a couple decades on average. So I'm right on the same level with them. I just have better knowledge. They're going by headlines. I actually read the bills. I've actually seen the consequences. I've actually talked about the consequences. I've predicted the consequences. They don't. So that's how I make that fair. But no, I don't try and debate. And you know, that's why you don't hear me say, well, I'll do a debate with Joe Blow down the block, because Joe Blow down the block, it's not really a fair thing. Joe Blow down the block probably knows everything about the Knicks. Might know everything about the housewives of Who Gives a Damn. And I would know nothing about any of that. But if we're talking about politics, it's the exact opposite. I know a ton of information, know crap about the sports, and know crap about the entertainment. So that's why I'm talking about politicians, and I don't say, oh, individuals, because it's not fair. Forrest Mommy also says, the family unit is technically cow communist. So it's easy to see how humans fall for it on a bigger non-consensual scale. I wouldn't say families are communist because it's voluntary. Communism isn't voluntary. It is mandatory. Socialism is consensual. You can choose to be a socialist. According to communism by Marx, looking at the Marxist point of view, that's compelled. You have no choice. You're born into it and you must live it. You have no other choice. There is no other option. It is compelled. Socialism is the step before communism. It is the precursor, and you can choose, and you will be forced to choose. The communists will force you to choose socialism until they can get communism. So it's putting you on the path. So it's non-consensual in that sense. But a family is consensual. And a family is mutually beneficial. Whether some of the benefit is emotional, some of it can be financial, it could be opportunism, it could be a lot of things, whereas socialism isn't. So I don't see them being the same. But I kind of get your point, but they aren't quite the same, at least in my opinion. Some people may disagree. Look, we've been talking a bunch about Democrats. Let me go on for a moment. I'll catch back up to the comments. Remember, folks, you can always do a super chat. You can do a Rumble rant. You can always go to our Patreon, or you can go over to where is it? The Patreon or the YouTube. It all helps out on the channel. So please do consider that. I know I've gone all this way, 2 hours, and wow, 2 hours, 50 minutes. And I haven't mentioned even once that you should like, share, and subscribe. If you found this interesting, even if you disagree, even if you want to yell at me about this, that's fantastic. Go do some research, come back next Sunday and yell at me. But make sure you subscribe so that I will be here so that you can yell at me. Maybe you didn't get your paycheck yet. So no problem. Hit the subscribe button. When you get your next paycheck, you can do a $2 or $5 or whatever super chat or rumble rant, and you can yell at me. Fantastic. But make sure I'm going to be here. Hit the subscribe button. That is critical. Okay. With that said, we haven't talked about Graham Platner yet. And I think that's kind of important because Graham Platner he's a problem for Democrats. I think Graham Platner is going to cost the Democrats the midterm elections. Now, mind you, I already thought they were going to lose. As I've covered on this program before in talking about the failed gerrymandering scheme of the Democratic Party, Democrats thought that they could use black people to pop up artificial congressional districts throughout the South, and that would give them a win. It's absolutely racist. But they thought, well, black people they're just default Democrats, so they won't complain, so we can do this all day. And they tried. And they said, we're just going to redo all the congressional districts in the middle instead of waiting once every 10 years. No, we're going to do it in the middle, second, third time that they've done this because they want to win. And they don't care what they do. They fix the laws later, if ever. But they'll tell you that they'll fix the laws later because it's important that they win now. Because they're fighting Orange Man bad, even though he's not up for a seat in the Congress. He's not up for a seat in the Senate. He's not running for any statewide. He's not going to be governor in any state. He's not running against Democrats, but they're fighting Orange Man bad. So if they break the laws, it's okay because it's worth it because they got to fight Orange Man bad, even though they can't. None of the elected offices they're getting into are higher or equal to the president. None of them. So they can't fight. They can't fight the president. It's stupid. But anyway, so the Democrats decided they were going to try and gerrymander the districts to create a bunch of lopsided wins based on abuse of black people because they're black. And the law, as they understood it, based on the civil rights movement, the 1960s and 70s, they believed that the law said, and this is in favor for them, so they read it this way. Whether or not it actually said this, they understood that it said, well, if you got enough black people, we can make a congressional district and no one can say anything. Why? Because they're black. So if you just get enough black people together in one spot, you can make a congressional district. And of course, those black people are going to be Democrats because they're black. Again, completely racist, completely insensitive, but Democrats don't care. That gives them the win. So they tried that. And then they got sued, which they weren't worried about. They thought, no problem. It'll go to a judge and I'll win. Except it went to the Supreme Court and they didn't win because racism is racism. Whether it's against blacks or by blacks doesn't matter. Using black people still makes it racist. Period. Racism is racism. Whether it's racism against white people or black people or anyone else, racism is racism. And that's against the law. That's against the Constitution. Democrats, of course, were very upset. Except now that they tried that trick and it failed and it backfired, it didn't just fail, it backfired. Because if they can't get a blue district, well, then there's only one other option. And that means it's a red district. So they failed. So obviously, Republicans went, well, they tried, they failed, we succeed. It's not our fault. It wasn't like Republicans were running around going, let's redefine the entire South. They didn't. Democrats said that. So that means that alone set up Republicans to win the midterms for the House. The Senate was never really in question. Republicans are going to win the Senate, not in question, never been in doubt. And that's why Democrats are just trying to get the House. So they screwed themselves on that. But now we've got this guy, Graham Platner, and they said, well, maybe, you know what? Maybe we still could get the Senate. It's possible. Maybe. So they said, you know what we need? We need a really popular, really down-to-earth communist Nazi. And if we can get a communist Nazi working for the Democratic Party, we can win it all. I don't know why they thought that was a good plan. I don't know why they actually went with this. I mean, did they really think this through? Yes, he's young. Fantastic. And he's an average guy. Kind of, if your average guy was a Marine, which most people aren't, that was in combat, which most people haven't, in 2 different tours, which most people cannot say, who happens to have tattoos that are Nazis, which again, the number of people are getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and who happen to be a communist. Yeah, we're talking like, there's Graham Platner and pretty much like one other person on the planet that fit that scenario. It's just non-existent. There's no people there. But they thought this would be, everyone would look at that and go, yeah, I want to be like him. Did no one do their opposition research? Did no one double check? No one took a look at his tattoo at any point. No one double checked his Twitter account, looked at his history. No one figured out that he might have some problems, that no one remembered that his wife said that he was cheating on her. No one. And Democrats said, well, yeah, that's not important. I mean, Bill Clinton cheated on his wife. He was fine. He got reelected. I don't think that's how that worked. But okay. Democrats have a different set of rules, I guess. Not really. But okay. So they decided to go with this Graham Platner, and they have doubled down and tripled down. Bernie Sanders is right there by him because the man says he's a communist, and Bernie Sanders is a communist. So there's more communists. There's AOC and others. Communism is growing in our country. Of course, Bernie's going to support that because he wants communism. So the more communists he gets, the more power they have, the more they can turn America into a communist nation. So of course he's going to support Graham Platner, and he doesn't care if the man was a Nazi or not. He doesn't care because he's a communist. That comes before everything else. But I'm not sure the rest of the country has that feeling. The rest of the country isn't like Bernie Sanders. They're not millionaire communists, which is an oxymoron all its own. Literally saying that you're a millionaire communist, that just doesn't make any sense. That literally an oxymoron. Saying that I'm a communist with 3 houses, literally you can't be. That the concepts do not go together. But that's, America's a special place, and Bernie Sanders is a very special man, and he's not held accountable for that. Democrats are like, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Doesn't matter. Does he have power? Is he in power? Did he get elected? Okay, then we don't care. Okay. So Graham Platner got elected. Or rather, he made it through the primary for Maine. And he's going to be facing the Republican Susan Collins. And I'm not sure, I hope he's not going to win. And I don't think he should win. I don't think he can win. I think he's going to lose. Because he's not qualified, apparently. And, I could forgive Graham Platner of having a Nazi tattoo. People go, Mike, what do you mean? Look, I've been in the Marines. I got a bunch of tattoos. I know pretty much every Marine I know has a bunch of tattoos. Not all of the Marines. Some of the Marines are pretty dumb. Okay. Some of us are smart, and some of us are a box of rocks. Okay. There's a reason why we have tankers. There's a reason why you have a machine gunner, and that don't take a lot of brains. Okay. And we have some very dumb Marines. People that are the salt of the earth, they are hard chargers. They will take names in a heartbeat. I will fight along with these guys in a foxhole any day of the week. But, intellectually, they're a moron. I got no problem with saying that. And most of the Marines I know that would fit that absolutely have no problem with saying that too. They're not there to think. They're there to do. Okay. They're going to take the hill. That's what they're there for. They're not there to think about, well, how, what's the plan? That's not them. You tell them, go there and shoot him. That's what they do. Okay. So, so a lot of Marines get tattoos. In fact, that everyone I know has a tattoo. And a lot of people have no idea about history, especially machine gunners and tankers and such. They have no idea. They don't care. They have no idea and they don't care. All they look at is, that is cool. This tattoo is cool. And I want that tattoo on my body. So take that tattoo, put it on my body, and I don't care. Because they don't know. Lightning bolts, sure. They look cool. I like Thor. Drop it on me. It's a skull. Put it on me. Skull and crossbones. Okay, it's a pirate thing. Put it on me. It's quite possible. And I do believe that you can go through the Marine Corps and have a tattoo that you do not recognize or identify as being Nazi, and a bunch of Marines surrounding you don't identify as being a Nazi. And the average person doesn't know anything about it. One, they won't ever see it unless you show them their tattoo, and most people won't notice it. So my problem with Graham Platner isn't that he had a tattoo while in the Marines that's of a Nazi. What bothers me is he's educated in history. He knows. And knowing what Nazi tattoos look like, what their insignia look like, he knew at some point in the last 20 years, he knew that was a Nazi symbol. And he kept it. He didn't modify it. He didn't change it. He kept it exactly as it was. And only when he got caught did he change it. That's a problem. That's my first problem. You only made the change after you got caught so that you can get what you want. This is what we're recommending Democrats. So Democrats are looking at this, and their lesson that they are learning is, you can do something horrible, know that it's horrible, and until you get caught, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to make up for it. You don't have to appease for that. You can keep doing horrible things until and only if you get caught. And then once you get caught, then you can just change it and it's all forgiven. That's a bad lesson. I don't think Americans are going to go for that. And I don't think that when we associate Graham Platner, he's supported by the Democrats. Democrats believe in this. Democrats will support this to get power. They are that desperate that they will support someone who was willing to carry around Nazi symbology, knowing it's Nazi symbology, for almost 2 decades because they want power. So they are willing to work with Nazis and Nazi sympathizers. That's the message that they are putting out. Democrats are willing to work with Nazis and Nazi sympathizers as long as they are a Democrat and as long as that means Democrats win. That's not a good message. Graham Platner, Me Too. Democrats are supposed to be all about Me Too. Graham Platner is not a Me Too message. He's not a Me Too symbol. He's a problem with that. But they are kicking Me Too out the window again because it means they get power. That's a bad message. I don't think, and other Democrats are watching this message and learning. You can kick Me Too to the curb because it means nothing as long as you win. Did you win? Yes, then who cares about Me Too? Everything that this guy represents is a problem for Democrats because it violates what the Democrats want to be seen as, but this is what they actually are. He is revealing what they are, not what they say they are. And that is unappealing. Now, I understand in Maine, they're absorbed by the idea, well, he's a Democrat, so we got to vote Democrat. And there's a lot of people who go, well, I got to vote. If I'm going to vote and I'm Democrat. Well, I've got to vote Democrat straight down the line. You don't have to vote for everyone on the ballot. You do realize that, right? You can leave it blank. You can write in a name. You can write in Mickey Mouse for any candidate on the ballot. You can not vote. You could vote for every local, you can vote for members of Congress. You can vote for members of your state legislature, your city council, your mayor, but not vote for governor or senator. You could do that. And you can vote for other parties. It sounds stupid, and obviously many people know that, but it needs to be repeated because Democrats seem to think you can't, especially if you're black. Black people are the only people in America that are supposedly guaranteed to vote only one way. They can only be in one party and they can only vote one way. And that is you have to vote liberal and you have to be in a Democratic Party because you're black. No one would ever say that about Chinese people. No one would ever say that about Hispanics. It's obviously a laughing joke to say that about white people. So only black people get told that, which is incredibly racist and insulting. And yet Democrats do it on a daily basis. Democrats do it all the time. You're black. You must be a Democrat. No, absolutely not. What? You can't be. What, you're a Republican? You can't be. You're black. You do know you're black, right? I've actually had Democrats say this to me. I've had members of Antifa say this to me. You know you're black, right? You can't be a Republican. So yes, I can. I absolutely can. And Antifa is a terrorist organization. And they're like, yeah, Mike, whatever. But you can't be because you're black. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Excuse me. I won't even get it. Sorry, language. Anyway, so I think Platner is making it worse for Democrats. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you how I get there. Besides, he's revealing the greed of the Democratic Party, the fact that the Democratic Party doesn't care. They just want the power, and they don't care how they get it or who represents them. One of the messages, this is the excuse that people in Maine were told: vote for Graham in the primary so that he will win, because he was going to win anyway. So now they're assuming he's going to win, and we're backing him because he's going to win, because there's this super secret strategy that no one knows about except everyone's talking about it, that by July 14th, they're going to convince Graham to drop out of the race so they can run a bait and switch and put a different Democrat in, a Democrat that's not a Nazi or a Nazi sympathizer, who's not a communist, who doesn't have problems with women. They're going to put that one in instead. It's a bait and switch. Besides being just evil, it's not possible. It's not going to happen. Because Graham Platner is like, I'm going all the way. I believe these things and I'm going to run. And I don't blame Graham Platner for running. I blame people for voting for him. I don't blame him for running. He's an American citizen. He has the right to run. Let him run. Make his case. People can accept it or not. I don't. Others might. Fantastic. He's got that right. But they're going out there and they're like, no, you just don't understand. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's not that hard. This isn't rocket science. They're going to try and convince him July 14th, the man who is running around with the Nazi tattoo, who's been screaming and fighting with news media and the public for months, is going to suddenly decide, you know what? I'm tired of all this. I'm done. I'm not going to get the money. I'm not going to get the power. I'm not going to run and actually do the thing I think is the best. I'm just going to walk away from it all. After my name has been run through the mud, after I've been embarrassed on national TV, after I've lost friends and family over all of these secrets in my past, I'm just going to give it all up, walk away, and the Democratic Party will just put someone else in. No, he is not. If he was going to walk away, he would have done it by now. If he was upset about all of the things in his past, he'd have already been pressured out of the race. He's going all the way. But they use this lie. Platner is going to get out before July 14th so they can bait and switch and put in a different Democrat. And guess what? There's a 5% chance. The betting odds, which are usually pretty accurate, 5% of the people, they're willing to put money on this and say, he's not going anywhere. They're willing to put their money to say, nope, never going to happen. Because it's real obvious to everyone. No one thinks he's going to drop out. Not on his own. You got to charge that man with a crime before he will step down and say, nope, I'm not going to do this. That is a fact. But this is the way they lie to the public. I'm going to go on with a little bit more, but before I do anything else, let me mention that we have John gave us a super chat of $1.99. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. People don't realize I really do appreciate it. It makes a big difference. I don't make a lot of, I know people think, Mike, you make so much money on doing all this. No, I don't. No, I don't. This costs me money, but I love to do it, and every dollar does help. So I do appreciate that. And John says, the U.S. just reached a deal with Iran and Pakistan. So the deal did go through. Okay. Hang on. Let me see if I can pull this up for you guys. So Pakistan announced U.S. Iran. And I was just talking about this. Thank you, John, for bringing this up. Let me bring this up for everybody here. So I was just talking about this. The whole first half, we were talking about this deal. And now the news is coming out. The Guardian, Middle East crisis live. Iran warns of imminent response, blah, blah. Where is it? Trump reportedly updates Netanyahu that Iran deal may be signed. U.S.-Iran deal to end the war now in place. 12 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago. I don't look at Al Jazeera. They're not a credible news organization. Not because they're left-right thing, but Al Jazeera itself is not credible, and therefore I do not use Al Jazeera as a news agency. So the fact that you saw it there and I didn't even look at it, because they're not credible. Axios is basically not credible, but they have more credibility than Al Jazeera. Just so you know, Axios is really not credible, but here they are. U.S.-Iran deal to end the war now in place. Democrats must be screaming. They got to be pissed. They got Graham Platner, who's making their entire party look like scumbags, and Donald Trump actually ended the war. Like he said, it's not a forever war like what Biden did, like what Obama did. He actually did have a short-term war, and basically no Americans died. And we got the things that we wanted to get. Oh, my God. Trump confirmed the news, said he was now lifting the U.S. blockade with Iran, expected to open the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is opening up. Democrats they got to be pissed. This is a boost to Republicans, MAGA, Donald Trump in the midterm elections. This is why Democrats are going to lose. This is why we're not losing the Senate. This is part of the reason why we're not losing the House. Graham Platner is one of the reasons why Democrats are also going to lose. So this is the other reason. This is why Republicans are going to come out and vote. Graham Platner is the reason why Democrats won't go out and vote, because they know the scam is in place. And like I told you, Iran agreed with Donald Trump. Remember, I showed you the news. CNN, we don't think this is real. This isn't going to happen. We've got a quote from people in Iran that are saying this isn't going to happen. Yeah, but Pakistan and Iran just said it did happen, like Donald Trump said today. Just like they said, like it was promised, because the people who said no are the IRGC. It was the terrorists who said no, the terrorist wing of the totalitarian, theocratic dictatorship of Iran. Yeah, their terrorist wing said no, but everyone else said yes. Remember, we were talking about that first half of the show. Anyone who missed that, please go back and you'll see that. I think that Bronner says, does that mean Larry? Larry meaning Larry Sharpe, my good friend Larry Sharpe, a Marine as well, and running for governor of New York, someone who I support and I endorse, and I, of course, will vote for him. Larry Sharpe and I made a bet, and it seems that Larry Sharpe now owes me $5 because I was right. I told him that we would get this, that before the end of August, we would be done with this war. And I'm right. There you go. So, Larry Sharpe, please, by the way, on Monday, remind Larry Sharpe, actually go on to X, go on to Facebook, and on Monday, go on to his program on YouTube and mention you owe Mike $5. And this is I love it. My friend Larry Sharpe and I, we're both internet personalities. You know, he's bigger than me, of course. He's running for governor. He's run before. He has more access. I just love when I get to go onto his programs and he gets to say, Mike, you were right. I just love that. It's petty. It's little, but I'm honest. I love when I hear my peers and those above me saying, yeah, Mike, your prediction was right. I just love it. I just love it. It's not even about the $5. It's about just hearing the words, you were right. I love that. I do love that. Call me petty, but, I do love that. Okay. So, it seems I'm correct. The agreement was expected to be signed on Sunday after mediation between Pakistan and Qatar. The formal ceremony would be Friday in Switzerland. Looks like I'm right. Now, I'll look over the terms of the deal later. That'll be interesting. John, by the way, John R., thank you very much for giving me the message. And matter of fact, you said it earlier. You said, the minister of Pakistan says the U.S. and Iran officially have struck a peace deal. I didn't see that right away. But thank you for doing the super chat, so I did notice it right away, and I was within 12 minutes of the news coming out. Thank you so much, John. All right. Forest Mommy is funny. I don't have any Nazi tattoos when I ran for office. I didn't have any Nazi tattoos when I ran in 2014. But Graham Platner does. What's this? Bronner says, if you're black, you can't be a Republican. Yes, that is what black Democrats say. That's what Democrats fear. It doesn't matter the color. Democrats will tell you, especially if you go further and further to the left, socialists, progressives, Antifa types, communists, and Democrats will tell black people, you can't be Republican, you can't be Libertarian, you can't be anything except a Democrat. You have to be some form of Democrat. They will literally say it to your face. And they do it often. They have no problem walking into wherever you are and say, no, you can't be anything. You must be a Democrat. There's something wrong with you. They will literally tell you something is wrong with you, especially black Democrats. They will tell you something's wrong with you. You're not really black, are you? You're white. They will literally say that to you, to your face. They would never say this to anyone else. They won't say it to a Hispanic or Chinese, someone who's Asian. They won't say this to white people. Only to other black people. Only black people get told, you can't do this because of the color of your skin. It is racism. And they are perfectly happy to do that. Let me see. Forrest Mommy asked a question. Wasn't the first black congressman a Republican? Yes. I believe, if I remember correctly, the first 12 black members of Congress were, of the first 12 black members of Congress, each of them were Republicans. 12, the first black person to be in Congress was a Republican. This was after the Civil War, and there were 12 of them, all elected at the same time, representing southern states. 12. Yeah, black people were Republicans first. They weren't Democrats. Do you know why black people weren't Democrats after the Civil War? Because the Democrats were the KKK, and they were also the slave owners, and they were the ones who broke off from the Union. Literally, black people were fighting against Southern Democrats during the Civil War. So, yeah, they were Republicans because obviously they were Republicans. It's only nowadays that we somehow don't remember that Democrats are the party of the KKK, that Democrats were the party of slavery, and they're still the party of racism to this day. Let's see. Forrest Mommy mentions you get more of it on Rumble, so here you go. Haven't been able to catch in a while. I know. You know what? I know you've got your show, and it's a tough thing. We're trying to make the content for people. I have no problem. I appreciate that you spend any time watching the show anytime you can. I always love having you on. I love that, Forrest Mommy. Thank you. Let's see. Gracie says it's on Epoch Times. I don't have access to the Epoch Times, so that's why I didn't go there. But also, I wanted to just make sure that it was something that was left-leaning and accessible to the public. I try always first to find a credible left-leaning source, and then I look at other sources after that, because I'm a Republican. And if I pick Republican source, then now all the Democrats go, see, you're just a parrot for the right. You don't have any thoughts. You don't think. Because again, they don't mind being racist and say you can't be black and a Republican. You have to be a Democrat. So if you're not, then you're just a parrot. You've been paid off, blah, 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 blah. They just make up crap all the time. So Joel says he saw a meme today. Since the start of Donald Trump's America's illegal Iranian war, which is funny because it's not illegal, but anyway, over 300 Americans have died in Chicago. In Chicago. Yeah. Chicago is absolutely, Chicago and Detroit are absolutely more deadly than Americans fighting off the coast of Iran. Yes, that's true. That is absolutely true. Oh, I believe that we just received. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Forrest Mommy, you are so wonderful. Thank you so much. Forrest Mommy just left a $15 Rumble rant, and this is phenomenal. $15 Rumble rant. She says, so you get more of it on Rumble because Rumble does pay out more than YouTube does. Haven't been able to watch in a while. Always loved listening. Okay, and for some reason, my system didn't tell me when you sent me that message, it didn't tell me that that was a Rumble rant. But I appreciate and I thank you for the $15. Oh my God, you are so wonderful. Next time I get to see you in person, got to give you a kiss. I know I'll make the Mr. jealous, but I don't mind. I'll make him jealous. I got to give you a kiss for that. Anyway, let's see. So actually, for people to get it, when I got this message from Rumble, that was actually a $15 Rumble rant. Why my system didn't recognize it like that, I don't know. But that was actually the Rumble rant for $15. So I really want to point that out. By the way, Forrest Mommy has her own channel. She does her own show. In fact, she does it on Sundays at 11 or 12. And so she's doing her show just before I do mine. So you could theoretically go to Rumble and watch Forrest Mommy do her Sunday show. And then when she's done, come immediately over to me, depending on how you're doing your Sunday. Maybe you're lazing, sitting back. Maybe you're making some waffles and you can listen to her and then eat the waffles while you watch me. You could do that. Let me see here. Joel, that is funny. Bronner's like, no, that's not funny. Yes, it is. That is very funny. Let's see. Gracie says, well, we hope you are right, but we are talking about Iran. Like you said before, there are two factions. Yes, there are. There are two factions, but I believe that the Ayatollah has more power. If it comes down to a showdown publicly between the IRGC and the Ayatollah and the mullahs and the main official faction of Iran's government, the people and the other Middle Eastern countries will respect the Ayatollah above the IRGC because he is a religious figure as well as a governmental figure that elevates him above the IRGC. When he's not involved, when the Ayatollah and the mullahs aren't involved, and then it's just the main government body like the foreign ministry versus the IRGC, then the IRGC will win. That's why we get those messages. That's why you have the enduring front. They are that governmental part of the IRGC. They can fight with another department of the government equally. The Ayatollah is above them. They will squash it. So that's why I think if the Ayatollah is actually involved in this and they are actually signing the peace deal, then it is done. The real question would be, would the IRGC use a terrorist group like Hamas or the Houthis or Hezbollah or just any faction, the Red Guard of Iran, and use them to attack the United States directly in a terrorist action? I could see them doing that, but that would be separate of Iran, might wound up in the same kind of result. Oh, wow. It's 3.5 hours. Wow. It's been 3.5 hours. I didn't realize that, folks. Yeah. What I need to do is take my dog out. I'm not done, folks. We're not done. We got a little bit more to do on the show, but I do need to take my dog out. Normally, I take out my dog. His name is Khan, for those who are new. He's 15 years old. I love him. He's 23 pounds. He's a pain in my butt sometimes. But on Sundays, we normally go out about 2.5 hours into the show. He'll usually wake up and he'll say, I want to go outside. But it's currently like 91 degrees. And that's warm. That's hot. He doesn't like going out in the heat. So he sleeps in a little bit longer in this kind of heat, waits for the sun to go down a little bit, then he wants to go out. So he wants to go out now. Normally, we would have gone out an hour ago. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take about 45 minutes just to catch up on the news. I'm going to have a cigarette. I'm going to walk my dog, and then I'll come right back. I haven't even had anything to eat today. So this will give you guys a chance to go out and walk your dog, kiss your Mr. or Mrs., have a cigarette, check out the scores, because probably going to see some of the other teams. Let's see. Isn't Netherlands supposed to be? Oh, they did. They are playing. Netherlands and Japan, 2-2, tied. Ha ha! Netherlands is going to win that. But, you can go check out the the World Cup game, but come back in 45 minutes and I will be back and I will finish up the show. And I thank you guys. I'm not done. I will follow all the comments. Let me play this for you guys. Now, this is a little interesting because everyone is saying that Kamala Harris is going to run and that Kamala Harris is going to beat out Gavin Newsom. She's going to run for president. There are, I don't know how many memes that say that AOC is going to be her vice president and they're going to beat everybody in the universe. This is a joke. It's funny, but they're spending money on this. So I will play this, and when I come back, we will pick up the show right where we left off. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is September 26th. It's approximately 5 o'clock, and I want to take a moment to speak with you about Kamala Harris, her most recent interview with NBC News. It is double the length of her interview with ABC News in Philadelphia. Once again, we see that the Harris-Walz campaign is in Pennsylvania, obviously indicating that they believe that that is a very important battleground state, that they are losing that state and the 19 electoral votes that it represents. And she is once again going to voters in Pennsylvania and across the nation to try and sell her campaign. And the real question is, now that we have double the time, will we get more substance or the same amount of substance as the ABC interview, which was very pandering at best and biased in any objective manner? Well, we're going to listen to the entire interview, and in much the same way as we did previously, we're going to be going through this. Now, for those who did not see our previous coverage, you can go back and you'll see what we did is we provided on screen every time that there was a question that was being asked, we highlighted what was the question from the mainstream news media. And when Kamala when Kamala Harris answered, we also identified what did she say as the answer as we go through and listen to her words. This way we will be reminded of that. Well, this time we're going to do it a little different. We're going to keep the question and the answer up on the screen at the same time so that you will always be reminded as Kamala answers the question, what was in fact the question she asked, and you can evaluate her answer from there and make your decisions from that, something that the mainstream news media would not do. I'll also highlight that in this NBC interview, there was only 2 times that Kamala Harris received any amount of pushback, and that was minimal in the least, but you'll see what I mean in just a moment. Now, before we start, we should highlight that this interview, which was an MSNBC exclusive initially, MSNBC has 7.37 million subscribers, 7.4 million subscribers. Only 662,583 individuals have actually watched this interview, and that's within the last 19 hours. Of that, about 23,000 have upvoted this interview. That's about a 4% of the number of people who actually viewed this. And we're talking about 1% of the viewership of MSNBC have actually watched this, at least on this YouTube channel. These numbers are bottom of the barrel. They're not good indications of how Kamala Harris is doing if we go by just these numbers, which are, of course, not the only numbers to go by. But it is not a positive indication for her campaign. That being said, we will include a transcript, the transcript from the video as we go through, so you'll be able to see every word and hear them as well. So let's start off from the very beginning. It's a 24-minute, 16-second video.
Madam Vice President, you just laid out your economic vision for the future. Yeah. But still, there are lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. For those who say these policies aren't for me, what do you say to them?
Okay, so the first thing we know is what is the question, which is partially, in fact, a question saying, what's wrong with these people? Why don't they like your plan? That's one way of interpreting it, and that's the least generous, is that MSNBC is starting off pandering. They're very much bending over saying, something is wrong with these individuals because they don't agree with Kamala Harris's economic plan. That's my way of understanding it, but we can also reduce the question down to two things. Does the Harris economic plan, what if it doesn't work for you, or what if you don't see it being an effective plan? Those are the two questions. Does it work for me? I don't think it works for me, or it doesn't look like it works at all. What does Kamala Harris have to say to those individuals? Her answer follows.
Well, if you are hardworking, if you have the dreams and the ambitions and the aspirations of what I believe you do, you're in my plan. You know,
You're in her plan. Okay, but that isn't the question. She's president. She wants to be the president of the United States. So her economic policies will affect everyone in the United States. So if you're an American citizen, hell, even illegal aliens in the United States are going to be affected by her economic policies if she were to be elected. In fact, the world would be affected by her economic policies if she were to be elected. Therefore, everyone is in her plan. That's not the question that was asked. No one said, your plan excludes me. They said, we don't like your plan, or we don't think your plan works. That's the question that was asked by NBC. What about the people who don't think your plan works or doesn't work for them? They don't like it. What do you say to them? And her answer is, well, you're part of America, you're part of my plan. We already know that. That doesn't address it doesn't work. I don't like it because it doesn't work. I don't see it being effective or efficient. On this channel, you will often hear, if this is the first time you're seeing our channel or if you've seen it many times, we always refer back to, is it effective? Is it efficient? Those are the only things that matter in an election. Not joy, not your feeling, not your truth. Doesn't matter. No, whether you're left or right, what is important is what is effective, what is efficient. And she hasn't answered that question. Nor has she answered the question to her detractors or those with questions saying, well, I don't think you have a good economic plan. I don't think that is effective or efficient. She has no answer for them, other than to say, you're Americans, so it will include you too. As if we didn't know that. She goes on, though.
I have to tell you, I really love and am so energized by what I know to be the spirit and character of the American people.
She's energized by the spirit of the American people. Who cares? What the hell does that mean? What does that have to do with economics? And I know this may seem pedantic to some, but it's very important. The question is, how will you make this economy work for all Americans? How about those Americans who feel like they are being left behind, excluded, or that it does not work for them? How are you helping them? How can you convince them that they will be benefiting from a Kamala Harris economic policy? Her answer is she loves the way Americans have a go-get-em spirit. What does that mean? How does that affect the economy? That is a feeling, not an economic policy, nor a reaction to an economic policy. It's just a transitory feeling. She's changing the question. She's changing the way you're thinking. She's talking to you emotionally when she's supposed to be talking to you fiscally. There is a big difference. She goes on.
We have ambition. We have aspirations. We have dreams. We can see what's possible. We have an incredible work ethic.
What does that have to do with the economy? I mean, yes, she's right. Americans are noted for their work ethic, for their aspirations, for reaching for the stars and not being satisfied by getting the clouds. I understand that completely. That doesn't resolve the question, your economic policy is inefficient or ineffective. She hasn't addressed that yet. Again, she's still on feelings. She's wasting time in this interview, not addressing the actual issue.
but not everyone has the access to the opportunities that allow them to achieve those things.
Everybody is different. Access to an opportunity is not an answer to inflation. That isn't an answer to the national debt. That isn't an answer to getting a promotion or starting a small business. Not everyone has the same access. People are different. Life is different. Some people are poor, some people are rich, some people are educated, some are not. Some people are very skilled craftsmen, some are great artists, some are musicians, some are software engineers, some are great office workers. That doesn't answer the question, how is your economy, your economic plan, going to improve the life of people who say it's ineffective, who say that it is inefficient, who believe that you are not addressing their needs? I don't understand. Her answer isn't addressing economics. She's talking about feelings. And again, none of this makes any sense, but let's go on.
But we don't lack for those things. But not everyone, gets handed stuff on a silver platter. And so my vision for the economy, I call it an opportunity economy, is about making sure that all Americans, wherever they start, wherever they are, have the ability to actually achieve those dreams and those ambitions.
That's called communism. I want to be very clear about that. That's a very socialist, communist ideology that regardless of your capabilities, regardless of your input, your experience, your effort, that you get the same outcome. She's managing the outcome, not the opportunity. She wants to make sure that everyone has the ability to achieve the same thing. That's key. That's critical in what she said. She wants to make sure that everyone gets the same outcome, their dreams, their ambitions. She wants to manage your outcome, not opportunity. She's calling it an opportunity economy. In fact, it is an outcome economy. She's managing your results, not the chance to do this, because you may run faster than I do. You may be a better driver than I am. You may be able to write or speak better than I do. Maybe you do math or science or construction, electrical work better than I do. So we will have different things that we achieve, and we have different goals and aspirations based on our capabilities. She's managing it that no matter how skilled you are, how much experience you have, no matter what you're qualified for, you're going to get the same thing as someone who has no skill, no capability, no experience, and even no effort. That is very socialist, and she's being very clear about that. I don't think most in the mainstream news media or even many pundits will point that out, that she in fact is looking to manage outcomes, not opportunities. She goes on.
Which include, for middle-class families, just being able to know that their hard work allows them to get ahead, right? I think we can't and we shouldn't aspire to have an economy that just allows people to get by. People want to do more than just get by.
Well, people want more than to just get by. True. Many people want to move forward, but that needs an economic plan that allows the economy to grow. That's the important thing, to allow the economy to grow, not to manage the outcome, but to provide the opportunities for it, which would be, in fact, maybe shrinking the size of the government, getting less government intervention in individuals' lives, having a lower tax rate, less spending on frivolous or partisan ideology than we are doing at this time, less spending on international wars, undeclared wars like the Red Sea with the Houthi rebels, terrorists, or other factors that would be able to allow people to keep more of their money to either invest it into the stock market or other businesses, or to use their funds the way they want to. That's an opportunity. That's a positive growing economy. She's not discussing that, and she hasn't actually talked about that yet. She's still talking about feelings. Let's go on.
Want to get ahead. And I come from the middle class. Look, my mother
No one cares about her middle class upbringing, which isn't middle class. No one cares about the work her mother did. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a good thing. Fantastic. She grew up middle class. Many people didn't. Some people did. She grew up and she lived in her teens in Canada, not the United States. And so in her many formative years, she was in Canadian culture, not American culture. She grew up in Berkeley, which is a very elitist college town, because her parents were elite educated individuals, master's degrees. So she was on a very different track than the average person in Chicago or the Bronx or in Oakland, LA. She didn't have a average American education or, in fact, lifestyle. Very, very different. So when she wants to say middle class, again, she's making an emotional appeal to you to try and connect with empathy, but that doesn't really apply because that was 50 years ago. Now, 50 years ago, she may have had some things similar to some Americans, but how does that have anything to do with what's going on today, a half century later? Nothing. This is not substantive.
Raised my sister and me. She worked hard. She saved up. By the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy our first home.
A single mother on her own was able to buy a house in the 1970s. That's unusual. That's very unusual. And that's partially because of her work, because of her graduate degrees, and also her work in Canada and taking those funds and being able to buy property after that. That is unusual, and that's not middle class. That is not indicative or typical in the 1970s and early 80s of the typical middle class single parent. She's in an exceptionally different classification. But let's go on.
And, home ownership for too many people in our country now is elusive. Gone is the day of everyone thinking they could actually live the American dream. So part of my vision for the economy is let's deal with some of the everyday challenges that people face and address them with common sense solutions.
Okay, so let me step back at this moment to again remind you, the question was, people are saying that her economic plan doesn't work for them. They do not believe it's effective or efficient, and that it would not improve their lives. That's the general question that she has faced. She is now saying, well, we have to help people be able to buy a house. That's not addressing the question that was asked of her. She has completely changed it. By going into an emotional appeal, an empathy appeal, she's now allowed people to be distracted on what the actual question is. And now she's talking about home ownership, which doesn't involve the economic plan for the United States. That's not how we're going to grow the U.S. economy, lower inflation, reduce the amount of national debt, which every time that national debt increases, it makes poor people more poor. It makes more people in the middle class into the poor class. That's very important. So she's not addressing the actual economic question. She's completely distracted. Now she's off on yet another tangent. But let's see where she goes with that tangent in this question.
Such as affordable housing.
Affordable housing is her final part of that answer. Common sense solutions such as affordable housing isn't an answer to your economic policy involving inflation, the growth of the GDP of the United States, tariffs and international trade. You haven't addressed that. Affordable housing doesn't deal with the economy of the United States. That's not the major factor of the economy of the United States or the world. She has completely missed the question. And she hoped that people got lost in her answer so that they didn't notice. She completely missed this. She has no idea what she's talking about, apparently.
Over the last 4 years, there have been tremendous economic wins, and you've just laid out a big plan. But still, polling shows that most likely voters still think Donald Trump is better to handle the economy. Why do you think that is?
So if there was any question about whether or not MSNBC was in the tank for the Democratic Party, if there was any question whether or not they were trying to fortify the 2024 election, the second question in this interview pretty much answers that. It is a fluff piece. It is a fluff question. The question is essentially, why do people like Orange Man bad? Why don't they love Kamala Harris? That's the question. That's not substantive. It's not important. And again, it goes back to the emotional appeal that Kamala Harris is trying to make with the American people, that she's trying to connect emotionally rather than substantively. And it's more of a distraction. But to see that this is coming from MSNBC, that they are blatantly playing up an emotional appeal and attacking one of the candidates for the presidency, it's just insulting. This is horrible. This is a terrible question. It is a useless question. And I don't know why MSNBC decided to ask that, other than they wanted to fortify the election for Kamala Harris. This is only meant to try and boost Kamala Harris by tearing down Donald Trump, essentially.
Well, here's what I know in terms of the facts. Donald Trump left us with the worst economy.
So we can automatically see that the answer to the question is, well, Donald Trump is a liar. That's why people like him, and they shouldn't. That he's lying to them and they're just buying the lie, which is insane to me. I think this is crazy. And we're going to see this play out in the answer here, and there will be some pushback on it, but I think it's incredible that she starts off with a factually, empirically, mathematically lie. It's just not true what she's trying to get across. But it does feed into the emotional question that said, well, Orange Man is bad. Tell me, why don't those people love you? And the answer is they just don't understand how bad Orange Man is. It's crazy.
Since the Great Depression, when you look at, for example, the employment numbers.
First of all, that's not correct, because even with the lockdowns, the Great Depression was worse than what we saw in the lockdowns. That's mathematically a fact. That is, the data is empirical on this. So she is exaggerating the negative to try and make it seem like Donald Trump was a complete failure. Again, she leaves out it was the lockdowns that happened across the globe, and prior to that, the economy was doing exceedingly well. So she's being disingenuous with the American people.
It was during COVID, and employment was so high because we shut down the government, we shut down the country.
Even before the pandemic, he lost manufacturing jobs by most people's estimates, at least 200,000.
That's not most people's estimates. That's certain Democrats' estimates, and many would dispute that. Although, yes, some jobs were lost and some jobs were regained. And we were seeing businesses return from overseas when they left under the Obama-Biden administration, and they had left to go and park their money overseas. And under the Trump-Pence administration, they brought that money back into the United States. This is something that factually happened. The data is there. So she's playing loose with the facts here, but let's let her go on.
He lost manufacturing plants. Ask the auto workers how he lost auto plants. We have grown over 20 new auto plants. He has an agenda. Let's just deal with it right now going forward, not to mention what happened in the past.
Why wouldn't she want to talk about the past? Because if you empirically look at the data and make a comparison, for the first 3 years of the Trump administration versus the first 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, it is absolutely a fact that the Biden administration is worse than the Trump administration. You were better under Trump than you were under Biden. That is a fact. And no matter how she wants to play the numbers, if we're looking apples to apples, year to year, the Trump administration is better for America than the Biden-Harris administration has been. That's just a fact. So she doesn't want to dwell on the fact that overall the economy was better and stronger and people were doing well under the Trump administration as opposed to the Biden-Harris administration. She doesn't want to deal with that. So she wants to then change her perspective, more importantly, change your perspective. And now that she's made the assumption that Trump is a bad person who did badly in the past, that your memory is incorrect, now she's going to jump to the future and make a few assumptions. Let's see.
He has an agenda that would include making it more difficult for workers to earn overtime.
Is that correct? She's now talking about Project 2025, which has been disavowed by Donald Trump multiple times. That this is a plan that has been presented to him, but he has rejected it publicly multiple times. But she still continues to attach it to Donald Trump, where there is no evidence that Donald Trump is going to follow through with it. So this is just, it's disingenuous again, because again, she's without any substance, without anything credible, she's making an attack on her opponent that has no basis. But let's continue.
An agenda that would include cutting off access to small business loans for small businesses, an agenda that includes tariffs to the point that the average working person will spend 20% more on everyday necessities.
Now, the tariffs, Donald Trump has in the past and going forward, he has been a proponent of tariffs. Mind you, he did this when he was president. We have a track record on that. And again, even with tariffs being put in place, the American economy did better. So that's the history that we have. He did that in the past, and Americans were still benefiting overall. Not to say that everything was perfect, but overall, the American people were benefiting. We have no reason to believe that in the future, that would not be the same case. Now, there are some who will say that they expect the worst case outcome. That doesn't mean that is a fact. That is their projection based on what they think might happen, not including what has happened. And so she's saying it would increase by 20%. But think about what we have gotten under Bidenomics, under the Biden-Harris administration. The average person going to store right now, depending on where you live in America, your grocery bill has increased somewhere between 40 to 100% versus 2021. So we know under Bidenomics that there is a greater increase than what was under the Trump, what she's projecting the Trump administration will bring. That's incredible. And she has yet to tell us why her policies will be more effective, how they might be more effective. Because to look at the Trump administration, the answer is Donald Trump wants Americans to buy American products, not import from overseas. He wants the overseas import to be too expensive, so Americans will look for American alternatives. That's the goal. The GDP growth, the economy growth would come from internal growth, not external. And that would benefit America more on the long term. That's his plan. To be more exact about his plan. She doesn't like that idea. She wants to have it. She wants to be able to have cheaper imported goods coming into America, which increases the American trade deficit, that increases the amount of debt in America. That's not a positive long term. That is negative to the American economy long term. But let's go on.
And an estimated $4,000 more a year on those everyday necessities?
Again, depending on who's doing the math. And of course, she's quoting individuals that are more, that lean more to the left and are more supportive of the Harris-Walz administration than a Trump-Vance administration. So again, she's playing a little fast and loose with this.
To the point that top economists in our country, from Nobel laureates to people at Moody's and Goldman Sachs, have compared my plan with his and said my plan would grow the economy, his would shrink the economy.
She is lying. That is a bald-faced lie. Let's take a look at that. So first, let's look at the point that Kamala Harris is saying that Goldman Sachs reviewed her economic plan and they said that Donald Trump's plan would be negative and would not make money. That's not what they said. According to Goldman Sachs CEO himself, and I will quote, what the report did is it looked at a handful of policy issues that have been put out by both sides, and it tried to model their impact on GDP growth. The reason I say a bigger deal has been made of this is what it showed in the difference between the sets of policies that would have put forward is about 0.2%. So, to be very clear, Kamala Harris is saying that her policy is 0.2% better than Donald Trump. That's negligible, if non-existent. And that could be an error in the data itself, in the projection model that they are using. And by the way, this wasn't from Goldman Sachs. It was an independent analysis, not Goldman Sachs. So she's lying on who provided the analysis and what were the results of the analysis. Let me go further, because she also has mentioned recently, she has also recently said that the Wharton School of Business promoted her plan over the Trump plan. But that is also not correct, because if we look at this as of September 24th, 2020, the Wharton School of Business has publicly corrected the economic claims by Kamala Harris and said she is wrong, that this is not true. They said, in fact, we did not find a positive impact on the economy from the Harris plan in any future year. The Trump plan does increase GDP for a few years, but lowers it by the end of a 10-year budget window. So this is coming from the University of Pennsylvania's research-based initiative, the Penn-Wharton Budget Model. This is them speaking to Newsweek. So Harris's claim that compared to Trump's tax and spend proposal with hers, the report found Harris's economic policy would increase primary deficits, which means that the government would need to borrow money, which is inflationary, which makes the poor even more poor, but less so than Trump's proposal. Yet, in a full understanding, under the Trump plan, the GDP is expected to fall by 0.4% by 2034 and 2.1% by 30 years. Their plans won't be in effect that long. Doesn't matter if it's the greatest plan or the worst plan. Trump's plan will not be in effect in 10 years, nor will it be in effect in 30 years. Under the Harris plan, the GDP is expected to fall by 1.3% by 2034 and by 4% by 30 years. So, to be clear, her plan is worse. And the longer that you follow the Harris-Walz economic policy, the worse it is for America. That's what they objectively are saying. That's what the data says. But overall, in the near term, there is no difference by the model that is being used. So when Kamala Harris is saying that these economists are promoting her plan versus Donald Trump, she is flat out lying and misrepresenting the truth to the American people. She is a liar and should be called out. Just like MSNBC had to point out that Kamala Harris saying that Trump's economy was bad, she was talking about the lockdowns, the global lockdowns, and that's not Trump's fault. Also, they should have called out that the Wharton School of Business and Goldman Sachs do not agree and have publicly said so. But you're not going to get that from MSNBC. They're trying to fortify the 2024 election, not hurt Kamala Harris's chances.
Some of them have actually assessed that his plan would increase inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. So the facts remain that Donald Trump has a history of taking care of very rich people.
It's very odd the way that she looks at history, but it is true that Donald Trump's policies do benefit those who have access to capital at various levels, not just the very rich, but those who are small business owners as well. And we have seen the impact of that in his administration. We actually have a record of what his policies do, and they benefit not just the rich, but the average American as well. That is a fact that the news media does not want to go back on. Again, we know what the Trump administration is like. We lived through it. We have the data. But Kamala Harris is making it seem as if we have never experienced this before, and the mainstream news media also act as if there is no way to possibly understand what life under a Trump administration would be like. It's amazing. But let's go on.
And I'm not mad at anybody for being rich, but they should pay their fair share.
The rich pay 70% of all the taxes in America. Of the $4.3 trillion that are collected in taxes every year, 70% come from the top 5% or less of Americans' incomes. So I have to ask this question. No one ever likes to ask this. What is the fair share? Exactly how much money does Kamala Harris and the left want to take away from successful Americans? How much do they want to penalize people for being successful? They never like to answer this question. They never have a number that they can point to. Is it 90%? Is it 85%? What is the number? Because it's not based on spending. If you took every penny from every billionaire in the United States, you would not be able to run America for an entire year. I mean, take every dime that they have, eliminate their wealth, and just run America off of that would not last an entire year. And that's a problem, because America has a spending problem under the government as it is. And that's the real issue. But let's go on.
But tax cuts for the billionaires and the top corporations in our country, and then paying much attention to middle-class families.
I like how she says that. Not really, because she can't say he didn't, because he did. So she's minimizing the fact that Donald Trump did pay attention to middle-class families and that his policies did benefit middle-class families. But she's trying to minimize that impact because it would not be advantageous for her. So she's diminishing the success that is historically a matter of record. Okay, let's go on.
My perspective on the economy is when you grow the middle class, America's economy is stronger. And there's empirical evidence to prove my point correct.
Yes, everyone agrees that if the middle class is doing well, America will generally do well. That is a positive growth trend for the United States. Bidenomics did not do that. Many doubt that Harris's policies will do that. And again, I can correctly point to the Wharton School of Business and Goldman Sachs in saying that her policies don't work over time. They do not help the middle class long term. So that is backed up by the data, unlike what she is saying. She's trying to imply that Donald Trump, who has paid attention to the middle class in the past and has been successful in helping them have a better life economically, that in the future that won't happen. And I disagree. And that again brings us back to her first question. What would you say to someone who says you are ineffective, that Kamala Harris is inefficient in her policies? She has no answer. And her only answer seems to be to lie about the facts as they exist, which MSNBC is perfectly fine with, apparently.
Then let me ask you about taxes, because lots of people will say, I don't like Donald Trump, but he cut my taxes. He didn't just cut corporate taxes, he cut individual taxes. Now that expires next year, and there's some people confused saying, I don't know what's going to happen next year. Under a Harris administration, at what income level should someone expect their taxes to go up? And that state and local tax deduction that's currently capped and matters to a lot of people in blue states, are you going to lift that cap?
So, inartfully, MSNBC has asked the question, whose taxes are going to go up? If Kamala Harris is elected, what group of people or how many Americans can expect that they would be spending more in taxes every year? Because what she did say, and Kamala Harris wasn't asked, is the Trump tax cuts for the middle class and lower incomes of America, they're going to go away in 2025. And she didn't ask, is Kamala Harris going to reinstate those tax cuts? Which is a very specific and very direct question. Is Kamala Harris, if she were to win an election, going to continue the tax cuts created by Donald Trump that have benefited the middle class and poor in America? She wasn't asked that question, probably because it would give credit to Donald Trump and would fly in the face of the negative economic policies that Kamala Harris is trying to spin. But she's asked, who's going to be paying for everything that Kamala Harris wants to do? Who ultimately is going to be coming out of their pocket to pay for these policies and these grand ideas of Kamala Harris, the government, controlling the outcomes of American people? It's an interesting question. Let's find out.
So, first of all, when it relates to anybody making less than $400,000 a year, your taxes will not go up.
Mark her words. 400,000. So the promise is taxes will not go up for anyone except those making $400,000 or more per year. Of course, that doesn't address the fact that who's going to be paying for everything that Kamala Harris wants to do? Who ultimately is going to be coming out of their pocket to pay for these policies and these grand ideas of Kamala Harris, the government, controlling the outcomes of American people? It's an interesting question. Let's find out.
So, first of all, when it relates to anybody making less than $400,000 a year, your taxes will not go up.
Mark her words. 400,000. So the promise is taxes will not go up for anyone except those making $400,000 or more per year. Of course, that doesn't address the fact that inflation will hurt those who are making less than $400,000 a year, as we have seen under the Biden-Harris administration. Again, going back to Bidenomics, again, going back to people with their grocery bills right now. You're paying more, even if your taxes have not necessarily gone up, but her policy, her plan, isn't going to help. It's actually going to be worse, because those making less than $400,000 will have their taxes go up, but it'll be state taxes and local taxes, not federal. I'll explain in just a moment.
Your taxes will not go up. And in fact, under my plan, taxes for 100 million Americans will actually be cut, including $6,000 a year for young couples.
So young couples will not have a $6,000 a year tax cut. That is not correct. Let me let her finish her statement.
First year of their child's life in a tax cut, a tax credit, essentially.
Okay. So it's not a tax cut. It's a tax credit. Not the same thing. And it's kind of important to also understand that the child tax credit is a 1-year plan. You will only get that from the birth of your child to their first birthday. So if your child is between the ages of 1 and 21, you get nothing. This is not going to apply. You will not get $6,000, neither as a tax cut nor a tax credit. But she's not talking about a tax cut, although she's confused the terms so that people will think they're going to get a $6,000 a year tax cut because they misheard what she said, which is why she said it that way. You're not going to get a $6,000 tax cut because you have a kid that's between the age of 1 and 21. That's not going to happen. But you will get you will be eligible for a tax credit if your child is newborn to 1 year old under the Harris tax policies. So she's playing games here. And the difference is very important. But let's go on.
By expansion of the child tax credit. And why is that? Because during the first year of a young couple, of a person's child's life, they're going to need help buying a crib, buying a car seat.
But you would never need to buy another crib, another car seat, clothing. You don't need anything else between the ages of 1 and 21 for your child. That's not going to be an ongoing, continuing difficulty. I understand.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hey, everybody. I'm glad to be back with everyone. We got some breaking news, and it's amazing. I was talking about it. I covered it on this program. Even though we're not as big as ABC, CBS, NBC, even though we do not cover, we don't have a team of people, don't have 10,000 people, it's just me doing the work. It is amazing how often, over and over again, that when I'm talking about something on Sunday, it comes true in the next week. When I make predictions to you guys about the politics that are going on, they're true. Here's this, and let me make that a little bit larger for you guys. This is the Brent crude. When they talk about oil prices, this is the oil price they are talking about. When we were talking earlier today, when I was going over how the peace deal will affect the Middle East and how it may affect America and what's going on with the elections, it was $82.25. The latest number, and I'll refresh it right in front of you guys, but $80.19. $80.19. That's the current number. $80.19. Oil is dropping, just like you were promised, just like you were told that oil prices would go down immediately once this peace deal is done, which means that Donald Trump is picking up a victory, which means MAGA and Republicans are picking up a victory, unless the IRGC is able to stimulate Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas and get them to commit acts of international terror, maybe ISIS, maybe Al-Qaeda, maybe the Taliban, to convince these groups to commit acts of terror directly against American citizens and American interests, unless they are able to do that without the Ayatollah interfering, then which would actually cost American lives and perhaps start this whole thing all over again. As long as that does not happen, we are going to see that by the end of the summer, by Labor Day, Republicans will be using this as a talking point. This is a victory for America. And yes, Donald Trump, and yes, Republicans in the midterms, but it's a victory for America. We have destabilized Iran. We have knocked out a lot of their capabilities of making missiles, of making drones, of their supply of drones and missiles that they are using to attack Israel, that they are using via Russia to attack the Ukraine, which means that Ukraine will be in a better position to keep itself alive and possibly force Russia into a negotiation for a peace deal against Ukraine, because they don't have the same supply of missiles and drones that they need to more effectively fight the Ukrainians, who are using almost nothing but drones because they don't have the people. And we could see that happen. We could see a lot more stability in the Middle East because Iran has been knocked down a peg, not only because of what we did to them, but because of culturally within the Middle East. With Iran losing, they're no longer the top dog. They're no longer the ones who could attack and smack the United States and Israel and have no repercussion. They have been smacked down. They have been knocked down a few pegs. And therefore, they're no longer in the supreme position that they once thought of themselves as. Their military is not the same level of prowess. Yes, it is still formidable for Saudi Arabia. Yes, it is still formidable for the United Arab Emirates, but it is obviously not formidable against the United States. And the way that Middle Eastern Arab nations interact with each other, that changes. Their influence, their cachet, their ability to influence terrorism and convince people to become terrorists has been diminished. Long term, this is going to help provide more stability and less terrorism and less long-range missiles able to attack Israel. It's going to also have an impact in reducing the price of oil around the world from where it has been, maybe even lower than that. In addition to that, it means that there's going to be less of a chance of a nuclear weapon, because part of the deal is removing the highly enriched 60% uranium, which is enough for a dirty bomb. No, it won't make a nuclear weapon, but it will spread radioactive material throughout cities. Combine that with the long-range ballistic missiles that can reach London. And imagine London is covered, say London Bridge or the Parliament or Big Ben are covered in radioactive material, which would then make, God knows, tens of thousands of people would die because of radiation poisoning. We have now removed that possibility, at least for the midterm, which would be about 3 to 5 years, possibly even into the long term. And as I mentioned in the comments, if the IRGC does take action against this deal, then we could see a civil war within Iran with the Iranian hardline militants, the terrorists, IRGC, fighting against the real religious theocratic fanatics. And that could eliminate both of them and allow the average Iranian citizen to rise up and form a new, different government that is not based on terrorism, that isn't focused on theological fanaticism, something completely different, which is not controlled by the United States, and it would be its own creature. I don't care what it is, but that would stabilize a good portion of the Middle East. That is on the horizon now. That is a victory for Donald Trump, which means it's a victory for MAGA and Republicans, which means that, again, Republicans will hold the House, and the Senate, and they will probably have a 3 to perhaps, if I am right on this, if this falls in line with what I am speaking about, you could see Republicans win by as much as 5 seats in the House. I say it's currently 3. It could be as much as 5. So I'm just letting you know what I'm seeing here and what my predictions. You see it live. You saw it earlier today to now this afternoon. And I'm doing this without all the resources of a CNN or an ABC or CBS or a New York Times. Imagine if I had more people working with me. Imagine if my sources were able to speak with me more often, and I was able to go out to, I don't know, lunch, dinner with some of my sources to let them be able to speak with me in DC. Imagine what more information I would be able to present to you and more understanding and interpretation of what's going on and the consequences that are being hidden from you. CNN wanted to tell you this deal was dead. It was never going to happen. That Iran said it was over. And now it's happened. It's done deal. The markets are already telling you this happened. This is real. It's going on. And CNN told you, nope. CNN said, nope, Mike, you just don't know what you're talking about. Nope, you're just some crazy conservative Republican. You're just bought and sold and you don't know. And yet I was right. You don't have to believe that I'm the smartest man in the room in terms of politics. I won't even tell you that I am, but I'm not the dumbest either. And I'm paying attention to details they're trying to hide from you. And that's why I show you this information so that you can look at whatever you wish, look at the details, understand how they are trying to lie to you, the systems they use to lie to you, to manipulate you, to get you to give them more power, to give their friends, their partisan ideology more power, and take it all away from you, to turn you into someone who just keeps your head down and you just obey and you comply. That is the ultimate goal of a CNN, of a MS Now, of a ABC, of a New York Times, Huffington Post. They want you to comply and give them power and do nothing. I don't. I want you to be challenged. I want you to understand the consequences. I want you to come up with a better idea. You run for office. I already tried. You run for office. You come up with a great idea. You make the world a better place. I'm a bit old. I still may run. I still may run one day, but I'm a bit old. I only got 1-2 terms. If I get elected into a Congress, I can only run for 1 or 2 terms. And then I'm just too old. I won't continue. This is all about getting the next generation ready. But I'm just saying, I got it right. And I am not I'm not humble enough to say, I got it right. You know, what can I say? I do like that. I do like that. And, maybe I should be more humble, but I'm not. Bronner says, it's like someone wrote in reference to my deep dive coverage of Kamala Harris, which you can see. It's on my YouTube channel. It's on my Rumble channel. You can look it over for yourself, see the entire interview. I did 3 or 4 of them in 2024 covering her interviews. She did very few. And I think I covered almost every interview that she did do with the press. I did deep dive on it. Same style. And so he's referring to that. And it says, it's like someone wrote her answers, but she was too stupid to memorize them. Yes. And by the way, all politicians, all of the major politicians, if you're running for any significant elected seat, you have a team and they do drill into your head. They have, this is actually, I'm a political consultant. I get paid to work with candidates. And this is something I would do with one of my candidates. If it's a debate prep, I'm going to drill into them. Okay, when this question comes up, this is how you answer that every time. And here are the questions that are most likely going to come up. And this is how you answer them. That's why you see very often when there's a debate, you'll see one of the candidates, they'll write something just like a little note on the notepad in front of them. It's because of the memorization trick. They've associated certain key words with the response that they're going to give. And to make it click in their memory, they write. and they're writing down some of the key words in there so the phrase will click in their mind on how they're supposed to respond, some of the key terms that they're pointing out there. That's why they take the notes. In addition, you can see that Kamala Harris didn't do any of that. She confused everything because she's not familiar with the material, the information in the first place, and she misremembered what she was told that she was supposed to say. So she's very bad. He goes on to say, she stammers and stumbles at every crucial moment during an answer because she's not confident. That's because she doesn't know what she's talking about. If you notice, when I'm talking to you about the various political issues, whether it's the international, the local, the national, whatever I'm talking about, I talk about things and you hear me very confident. There's very few times where I'm stammering. And that's normally because something has happened, like breaking news, and I didn't expect it. And I'm trying to formulate my answer. I'm trying to think through all of the facts that I know and the conclusions that I'm making. It's very rare that you see me really stammer. And by the way, the entire show is all me. I have no notes. This is unscripted. I have no notes in front of me. So this is based on my knowledge and my experience. Kamala Harris should be capable of this. Every elected official who's been in office more than one term should be able to respond in the way that I do, at the very least, on the topics that they are most confident in, the things that matter to them, whether it's gun control or abortion, whether it's cutting taxes or defunding the police, whatever it is for that candidate. If they've gone through one election, if they've won, especially if they've won elected office, they should be able to rattle off the facts and the details with high levels of confidence, with no hesitation, because they know what they're doing. And if you're a president or you're a vice president and you're dealing with these issues on a daily basis, and these are important things, and the world is paying attention. It wasn't just the United States voters. Every country in the world was evaluating Kamala Harris at that moment. And they were making up their mind about whether they would trust her, whether they would work with her, whether they would abuse her, whether they could use her. They were making up their minds. How could they manipulate her based on the way she's answering the questions? This is how high a level it gets when we're talking about president and vice president. The world is making policy, international diplomacy, based on the way they're watching the candidates, the likely candidates running who could potentially win. They're paying attention to them and saying, okay, I can use this, I can't use this, I can work with this person, I can't work with this person. And Kamala Harris was giving no confidence. She was signaling that she had no idea what she was doing, that she would be able to be easy to be manipulated and abused. And that's a problem for all of America, which is why I was so happy that she lost. Let me go on. Got another comment here. The Iranian people stood up and democratically elected a government they wanted. The CIA said, hold my beer, in 1953. I didn't say America's perfect. And I'm not talking about 1953. I'm talking about 2026, 2027, maybe 2030 or 32. I'm not saying that America's perfect or that we haven't interfered in other countries, although, by the way, every country in the world interferes with every country in the world. People love to say, well, America was at fault. So were the British. So were the Syrians, the Turks. So was Russia, the Chinese. They were all involved. Don't think there was just the United States that had the final say. We were perhaps the biggest voice, but we were not the only voice. And there were many voices involved. And most of the world wanted to see Iran go from the government of 1953 to the Shah. That's just a fact. We were just the best at manipulating that. But to say that the British, the Russians, the Chinese, to a lesser extent, that they weren't involved, of course they were. Absolutely. They were absolutely involved. The United States just happened to be better at it. So there is that. But going forward, at this moment, going forward, do I think that virtually any form of government would be better for the world than the theocratic, fanatical terrorism of Iran at this moment? the greatest sponsor of global terror in the world, a nation that has been planning and moving forward and actively attacking and killing American citizens for the last 47 years, killing our allies around the world for 47 years. Do I think virtually any form of government would be better than what we have now? Yes, I do. You may disagree. You may say, Mike, but that's wrong. That's fine. I think that any form of government that exists in Iran that isn't what we see right now is better for global stability. Absolutely. And for the Americans. And of course, my priority is America first, then the rest of the world. And I absolutely believe almost any other form of government, I really can't think of one, except maybe a communist government. I can't think of one that would be worse than what we have right now. Again, that's my point of view. Others may disagree. Let's see. Bronner says, yes, Mike, that's my point. Kamala Harris clearly just doesn't understand the topic. I know, but remember, Bronner, I'm not just talking with you. I'm talking with everyone in the audience, and I want to make sure everyone's on the same page. Or if they disagree, that like yourself, they are able to make a comment very clear and say, no, Mike, I disagree with that point, or I agree with that point, or I think you've left out something, or I think you misunderstand. I'm happy to hear that. We have an international audience. And I think a lot of people sometimes, to be fair, I think sometimes because I do have a large knowledge base, again, not brilliant, I am brilliant, but not the smartest person in the world. I don't know everything about politics. I'm wrong sometimes, not often, but that happens. And people will go, okay, I'm a little intimidated. I don't know if I can say, Mike, I think you're wrong, or I think you forgot something, or you didn't know something, or I think the reaction would be different. And I always want to remind people, even though I'm talking about this is a conversation. And even though it may sound very authoritative, I am still willing to hear anyone who disagrees. I am willing to have that conversation. I'm willing to say, well, maybe I got it wrong. Maybe there's another way to look at this. Maybe there's some bit of information I'm not understanding, because this is how we all get to know something. We work it out in our minds. We talk it out. We work through the issues, and we try and come up with the best solution possible. And I want to encourage that. That's what this show is about. So for the people who are going, well, I'm not sure if I agree with that. That's fine. Tell me. I'm okay with that. And tell me why. Don't tell me that I'm old. Don't tell me I'm ugly, because that's just not true. Don't tell me I'm dumb, because that's also not true. But tell me if you don't agree, that's fine. Just tell me why. And we can have the conversation. And as long as you're respectful, I will be absolutely respectful back. I don't mind being corrected or being challenged. I have no problem with that. As long as you're respectful. Tell me, I can jump off a bridge because I'm some crazy conservative Republican. You're not going to like the response you get back. But you say, Mike, I see something different. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. And Bronner does want to have the conversation. Let me put this up on the screen so everyone can see it. So Bronner goes on to say, I believe the Iranians have a long memory. 1953 gave us 1979, and here we are today. I wouldn't quite say that because the Iranians of 1953 aren't the Iranians of 1979. It wasn't the nation that was trying to switch from the Shah as much as it was a small group. And again, this is true. This is why when you hear Democrats talk about January 6th and they go, oh my God, they were trying to take over the government. Well, Iran is a great example. They didn't have 300,000 people that tried to take over the American embassy that took over the government of Iran in 1973. They had barely 10,000 people. Okay. We had 300,000 people in our capital and in our halls of government. If they wanted to change the government, if they wanted to topple the government, they could have done so. If there was a plan, it would have happened. That's just a fact. There's never been, as far as I'm aware, a nation where there was a coup and they had anywhere near 300,000 people. It's almost always couple of hundred, maybe a couple thousand people that are able to do it. And the rest of the public, the other 80% of the population, just follow along. They just, okay, they comply and they obey. It's only 10, 20% of the population that actually make a difference. If January, so, and I'm referencing this to reference January 6th, that just so people can have an understanding, the government of Iran toppled. It didn't take 300,000 people to do that. In fact, I'm not sure of any government that has been toppled in modern history where they had 300,000 people at the same time. They don't. I mean, 10,000 is huge, but okay, let me go on. I absolutely love that you are a strict proponent of free speech. I am. I would be interested in hearing more from people from other parts of the world during your show. Every so often, we do get people who will speak up. I know there are people who are watching in Sweden. There are people who are watching in Japan, India. Occasionally, I see some people over in, I know there's an audience in Australia, Laos from time to time, Thailand as well. We've got people who are watching this show throughout Europe, Canada, Mexico, and across the United States. Those are the ones that just come to my mind most often. Also, there's an audience in Chile that watch the program on a semi-regular basis. So those are just some of the nations. Sometimes they speak up. Sometimes they can't. Some nations are blocked, so they're able to see my show, but because of the way that the government is monitoring, they can't respond back because of safety concerns. I know because we have some people in China that are watching the show. Some of it are people who are trying to copy the show and just rebroadcast it for their own benefit. They're abusing the copyright. That happens too. But for the most part, it's people around the world that are interested, and they do occasionally make comments. Depends on what the subject is. Let's see. Bronner says, that goes back to my earlier point regarding most people are just bad at debate. It's all emotions and very little fact. That's because most people don't have debates. They don't practice this. And so most people are just emotional when they talk to their friends, they talk to their neighbors. So that's why emotion, and that's why Democrats rely on that so much. It makes it feel like it's personal, like it's normal, like it's their common. It's more common because that's how people speak to each other, as opposed to, I'm a professional and I speak more in a professional manner with less of my emotions involved. Not that I don't have passion, not that I don't have positions and preferences, but when I'm speaking to you guys, you're coming to me not for me to wig out and just have some emotional outbursts. You're coming here for information. Whether you agree with it or not at the end of the day, that's up to you. But you're coming for the information to then try and, in some cases, find out more information and then make your own decision for how this will affect your life, if at all, and how you can interact with the government. It is different, and that's why I hold politicians at a different level when they're speaking. They know this. They know the games that they're playing, and they know the importance of what they are doing. And when they're playing emotional manipulation games, that is worse. I'm perfectly fine with someone, first-time candidate, never been in front of a crowd, and they're just being very emotional. I get it. That's not what they do. But when we get emotional manipulation coming from people like Chuck Schumer, AOC, Adam Schiff, these are people who know far, far better. They're doing it specifically to manipulate you. When we see CNN, ABC, the New York Times, Huffington Post, they're professionals. They're doing this on purpose. They know they're manipulating you. And Kamala Harris was a great example of that. Okay. Let's see. Bronner goes on to say, by the way, folks, you're letting Bronner dominate. And I don't mind, but, you can jump in too, folks. Bronner says, we are in absolute agreement about January 6th. It makes me laugh. The largest armed civilian population on the planet just forgot their guns one day. Then they went to overthrow the largest government the planet has ever seen. Yeah, that didn't happen. 1 out of 2 Americans own 2.5 firearms each. And out of 300, so 300,000 people were all the people who don't own a single firearm. Are you kidding me? No. Let me see. Vernon said, sorry, I've been hogging the chat. No, I don't mind that you hog the chat. If no one else wants to talk, you talk. I don't mind. And let's see, one more quick comment. Absolutely. Like I said, talk. I don't mind. If no one else is talking, then you talk. Maybe they think that you're saying what they want to hear. Okay. Or what they would like to say. One more quick comment. My mother always said I should have been a lawyer or a politician. I've just always been good at argument and debate. Actually, when I was in high school, believe it or not, folks, in high school, I had several of my teachers. I was interested in learning about science. And many of my teachers, especially my English teacher, she was one teacher that comes up to mind. They said, Mike, you absolutely should be a lawyer. Absolutely. They were all, no one said politician. No one considered politician at all. But everyone was like, you should be a lawyer. I've always been like this. Not as confident in my younger years, but as I traveled around the world, they were like, yeah, you need to be a lawyer. I was like, I don't like law. I don't want to be a lawyer. It doesn't seem fun. Well, maybe I should have. I didn't wind up becoming a scientist. I did a lot in philosophy and English, and my writing became much better because of it. But, there is that. Okay, so let me get back to what we were talking about, which was the predictions. We had talked about the prediction about Graham Platner, and I believe that he is hurting Democrats. Now, with this, you're going to see Democrats become far more desperate. They were counting on there being another cycle of violence. They were counting on the fact that the number of American soldiers, Air, Navy, Marines, Airmen, that the numbers would climb to about 1,000. Because at about, and this is my number, some people have disputed it, but at about 1,000, it's psychological for the American people. That number is big enough to sound huge, but yet it's not really that big a number. But at 1,000 Americans dead and or wounded, then it suddenly becomes serious. It becomes devastating to people. And so Democrats were hoping that the war would kick into another phase of violence and that would happen, because that would help. That would almost guarantee that Democrats would win. And I agreed. I believe that if we were to see 1,000 Americans die before the election because of the conflict with Iran, then Democrats would absolutely sweep. They would actually take definitely the House and probably the Senate as well. But with less than 1,000 dead, and more importantly, in this case, with this conflict ending before Labor Day, which is before when the actual normal person, the average person who pays attention to politics, and this is true every year. I've been doing this so long, I know the pattern. The average person walking down the street will not pay attention or know anything about politics in any serious manner until Labor Day. After Labor Day, September 1st, all of a sudden, that's when you see all the political ads come out. That's when you see all the political messaging come out from the candidates who've already survived all the primaries. And the primaries are for political junkies, people in the parties who have or want influence. That's the political party system. And that's only about 10, 15% of the political parties. That's whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, whether you're a conservative or a libertarian. The people who come out for the primaries and the candidates, that's about 10%, 15% of all of that party, the rank and file. The rank and file don't pay attention to any of that stuff. And my show is based, I'm talking mostly almost all year long, to political junkies for the most part. And then the normal people who don't really pay attention to politics, they pick up either on a specific issue throughout the year, or they'll pick up after Labor Day. And then they start listening because they want to find out, Is this person lying in this ad? Is this ad true? Can they actually save me money, cost me money, whatever the issue or concern is? That's when they start paying attention to those commercials, which all start after Labor Day. So you've got a window of about 60-ish days, plus minus, where the normal person is actually paying attention to politics. And that's the time that elections get swayed. Everything else beforehand is pretty much meaningless. It's for the political junkies. We're the donor class. We're the people who would donate to this party or that party, to this candidate or that candidate. And we help influence where that candidate will go to attract more people in the party when the normal people come in. So that's something to understand about what happens with politics. The average person. So because this conflict in Iran appears to have ended before August ended, before Labor Day, therefore, by the time we start talking about the 2026 midterm election in a serious manner for the average person, the war will no longer be a factor. They're not going to be talking about this. It's not even going to be a conversation. Think about it. We don't talk about the Ukraine war anymore in any serious manner. We really don't. The average person. Political junkies talk about it all the time. Public doesn't talk about it. No one's talking about Taiwan anymore. Not regular people. Political junkies, you and I, well, yeah, we talk about it. The regular people don't talk about it. They're not concerned about what's happening with Japan and its military, how that's affecting or interfering with South Korea or the Philippines. They're not even thinking that they don't even know that's actually a capability. But we do. And we guide that policy by these conversations, by being involved. We guide that. And that's what leads us to the elections. So it's interesting. Bronner. Oh, wait a minute, Bronner. Bronner says he disappointed his mom. He became a landscaper, a yard ape in nurseries. I am sure that your mother was very proud of you. So same with your father, that they were proud of you because you're successful, that you grew up to be capable of taking care of yourself, intelligent, someone who is smart enough to find out the things that you have a passion about, to study them, to be aware of them, and to be able to keep yourself and others alive and well. That's something to be proud of. And I don't care what your politics are. If you can take care of yourself, you can take care of your family, you are productive in the society, and you are able to follow passions, I have nothing to say bad about you. I'm glad for you. Thank God. We need more people like that in America. Let's see. Is anybody still talking about Tibet? Maybe Richard Greer. But I never hear about Tibet anymore. Mostly people talk about the Dalai Lama. They don't actually talk about Tibet. And that's because Tibet is kind of a forbidden word. And my channel is already shadow banned, which is why it's so important that people hit the subscribe button to get me past that shadow ban, because I talk about real issues and the things that are really happening and the consequences. And I do that from a conservative Republican right-wing point of view, which YouTube doesn't like. Google does not like me. They don't like that I exist and that I'm able to have an intelligent conversation, so they suppress this channel a lot. But words like Tibet is just one of a series of words that do not play well internationally. The Chinese government hates that word, and they put pressure on other social media organizations to not have that word said, because they want everyone to think that Tibet is China. It's not even close. And that's why they don't like talking about the Dalai Lama, but they would rather people talk about the Dalai Lama as a celebrity, separate of the fact that he's actually the leader of an entire country. They don't want people to realize or talk about Tibet, that the Dalai Lama is in charge of Tibet, and Tibet is not part of China. They don't want people to think about that part. So they'll talk about the Dalai Lama as a celebrity, and they don't like that word. But if you mention Tibet, oh man, if you're being seen in China, gone. Their censorship just kills it right there. I say to bet on something like TikTok, I'll probably get a warning. They'll probably give me some kind of warning or a strike because it's just verboten. Rana says, thanks, Mike. It means a lot to me. I'm far from perfect and made very bad choices in life, but I always did take care of my family. We've all made bad choices. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You guys don't know. I've made terrible choices in life from time to time. I'm surprised I'm still alive. You don't sleep in a crack house as someone who is not taking crack, someone who's never touched crack, and you're homeless, and the only place you got to sleep is in a crack house. It's not a smart idea. You've done something wrong with your life. Things have gone off the rails. So please don't feel like, often we feel like the mistakes that we've made or the things that had negative consequences, even short-term or long-term, we sometimes think of them as we're the only ones who had that. No, we've all made mistakes, and we've all had bad mistakes and things that had serious consequences. But it's human nature to focus on the thing that hurt you. Like you're lighting a match and you burn your thumb. You're going to remember that. And you're going to be more careful every time that you use a match because you burned your thumb as a kid. And you're going to remember that. It sticks with you forever. We focus on the pain more than the pleasure or the good things. We take for granted things like free speech. We take it for granted because as Americans, we always have it. It's always been there and it always will be. But sometimes it's not. And more importantly, around the rest of the world, it's not even close. It never existed. So it's we focus on ourselves and think, well, it's only me. It's not. It's not. We've all had that. But rather than focus on, I could have done this, I screwed that up, I could have won the lottery, I could have become a lawyer, I could have married, he, she, it, that was the best thing for me, and I didn't do that. Rather than think about things like that, think about the fact that you bring joy to people's life. You, in my audience, each and every one of you, you've brought joy to someone's life. You have uplifted people in your life. It may have been just a small sentence here or there. It may have been just having a shoulder for someone to cry on, listening to someone talk about their terrible day. You may not think it's the biggest thing that's ever happened, but that could be the difference between someone self-deleting or going out and committing mass murder or a dozen other terrible things. You've lifted people up. You've helped change politics. Politicians watch my show on a regular basis. I may not be super popular because of the algorithm, but there are a lot of New York politicians that know my name. They know I know what I'm talking about because they've actually met me. Their teams are afraid of me showing up in town halls because of the questions that I ask any elected official, and that they know I will actually publish word for word whatever the answer is to my question. And I've had several politicians that run from me, that their teams block me off so I can't ask questions because they're afraid of what I'm going to ask. So I'm saying all of that to try and remind you, you are important. And if for some reason you think that you're not important to anyone in the world, I want you to understand, even if no one else appreciates it, I appreciate each and every person in my audience. I appreciate every single question I get. I appreciate every comment. Even when people are telling me, Mike, I think you're absolutely wrong. As long as you're not telling me I'm ugly or stupid or something like that, but you're actually substantively saying, yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that's the wrong conclusion. I understand why you said it, but I think it's wrong. I appreciate that so deeply. You give me the reason to come back for 9 years to do this show, to go through hours, 8 hours, 12 hours a day of watching nothing but news. I don't go out and watch basketball. I don't watch sports. I don't care about the housewives or whatever the hell. I don't pay attention to entertainment because most of it's crap. I pay attention to the news every day, hours upon hours, on all kinds of subjects, because I know you are going to be listening and you're going to have an opinion, whether you agree or you disagree. And you're going to give me a like or a dislike. You're going to leave a comment. You're going to leave a comment in the chat live. And I have to be the best I can be and on my top A game every time I do this, because I appreciate you and your comment, that like, that share, that subscribe. You guys, you are the reason why I do this, because I appreciate you, because you matter. And maybe you don't hear that often enough. And by the way, I'm including all the Democrats. I'm including all the libertarians. Yes, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Green Party. Yes, I'm including you guys too, not the communists, but everyone else, I'm including you guys in there too. This isn't about politics. I appreciate you. And you make me want to do this. And that's the only reason why I can do this for 9 years. Why I've been doing political commentary for 20 years. It's because I appreciate you guys. You are appreciated. Absolutely. All right. I will get to the other comments in just a moment, but I did want to go back to what we were talking about, and I left off here. So, predictions. Looking at the 2026 midterms, and I know most people aren't thinking about that. They haven't gotten there yet. Not a problem. We will. But I want you to understand the change is already happening. See, Democrats, when they're the margin of error is about 4 to 5 percentage points. So whatever you see in a trend, and the bigger the trend, the more likely that trend is. How do I predict a lot of the things that I predict? Like in 2024, how did I predict exactly how many states that Donald Trump would win? Exactly how many electoral college votes that he would get? How did I get to predict as much as I did? It's because I do a lot of analysis. And one of the things I look at is the trend of not one poll, but all the polls, of all the data. Now, I get a lot more time, and it's my job. So I spend a lot more time looking at a lot more sources than the average person. But you can get a feeling towards what's trending by looking at the larger polls. One of the great sources is Real Clear Politics, okay? Real Clear Politics, neutral source. They look at all the polls, all the major credible polls. They're looking at all that data. And so when we look at the generic, and yes, it says all blue, that I'm not looking at whether it says Democrat or Republican, not so much. What I'm looking for, because during a Republican president, you would expect that to be all blue. Under a Democrat president, you would expect it all to be red. That's just the normal process. That tends to happen. Midterms are more in favor of the other side than whatever the president is. So if we had Obama in right now, then it would be all red. The question is more so, how much is the difference? And what you're seeing is it's 5% or less, then that equals a tie. Anything over 5% is, before it was, I think the last time I showed this, it was about 6%, and I showed a 1, and that to me, that means that's a 1% lead for Democrats when it was at 6.8%. Now it's at 5.8. That's a dead tie. By the way, the way my analysis goes on, and several factors go into it, but that means it's a dead tie. If it gets smaller than this, that starts indicating that the trend is for Republicans. This is all news, and this is all polling before we see the peace deal, the ceasefire, and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz with Iran today, which may lead into Russia possibly before the end of the year doing a very serious peace talk with Ukraine. the ramifications of what happened in Iran is far-reaching. It affects what's going on in China. It affects what's going on in Russia. I've covered this in many videos. If you go back over the Sundays, you will see I've talked about this several times. There is a chain. It's not one country all by itself. These are interconnected, which is why it's so important that we have a strong president that has a plan on international policy, because it's all connected. Every other country is connected to some degree on each thing that happens. Other countries, especially in the Middle East, are paying attention to how America reacted to Iran and how we are willing to use military force. To what extent? How much will we negotiate? What will we negotiate? Now they have a different impression than, say, Obama or Biden, who would just bend over and do whatever their opponents would say, like in Afghanistan. Well, they don't respect that. You can walk all over that. You can't do that to a Trump. And he will fight back, even when the public might be upset about this, even when it looks like it will cost him political power, possibly losing the midterm elections. That was the bet that Donald Trump made, and he's paying off. Every country now has to think twice about how they're going to deal with the United States, at least under a Trump administration going forward. Trump will send in troops. He will fight back. He will bomb certain facilities if he thinks it's the best thing. Even if it isn't popular publicly, he doesn't care. Even if his party will suffer, he will do it. Okay, well, that's a very different playground than what you're dealing with a Biden who only was concerned about the next election, or an Obama who was just apologetic for everything and wanted to transform America into a socialist nation. Very different phenomenon. So that's important. So I'm looking at the trend right now. And yeah, Republicans were getting beat up for a while. And then we started talking about Graham Platner. And as we talked about Graham Platner, and Americans started paying attention to what Democrats will do to win. They looked at what happened in California. They looked at how Spencer Pratt was almost impossibly bounced out of the mayoral race. Somehow the third place, the distant third place, far leftist candidate suddenly got more votes in mail-in ballots than the incumbent, and Pratt, who was absolutely in second place, solidly in second place. Where did those votes come from? The numbers, the amount of votes that the third place, unknown, she wasn't known to the main public. This woman suddenly surged, and she lost her home district. The people who know her the best voted against her. And you mean to tell me people who don't know her, who've never heard her name, were voting for her against a guy who was getting national attention, and the current existing mayor of LA? They picked the third person they never heard of before, that they have no idea what she wants to do? I don't think so. And so that, along with Graham Platner, so Democrats will do anything. And it looks like corruption. It looks like an election that is irregular at the very least, and highly improbable at the least. And then you add to that the very same people who are complaining about Donald Trump, Republicans are Nazis, they're right-wing terrorists and such. And at the same time, those very same Democrats are also promoting this guy who's got a Nazi tattoo, who's got Me Too issues, a guy who has said that he said very disparaging things about several minority groups. And they're praising this guy, the same people who also potentially rigged an election. Maybe I don't want to vote for these people. Maybe I need to hold back. This is the reason why the Democrats are $3 million in debt. A lot of people forget that. They don't remember. Democrats right now have $17 million in debt, $14 million, the DNC. They have $14 million on hand and $17 million in debt. They're $3 million in debt because their donors don't want to give the money, because Democrats seem to cheat and they seem to support Nazi wife-beating bigots. I'm not saying that Graham Platner is that. I'm not saying that they did cheat in California. That's what it appears to be. And would you want to give money to a party that supports a Nazi that beats up on women and disparages various people based on immutable characteristics like their religion and their color of skin? And would you also trust and want to elect a party that is willing to cheat, to blatantly rig an election just so they can get their advantage? And this is the same party that seemed to do the same, to rig elections against Bernie Sanders, against their own people, Bernie Sanders in 2016. They did it to Hillary Clinton in 2008 for Obama. So they have a history of doing this. So do you really want to give them money? Apparently, no. The country doesn't. That's why I'm not surprised that you see Republicans are moving back up. They had a bad 2 weeks. And a lot of people said, see, it's all over. Democrats are going to sweep. Republicans have failed. No, it's the exact opposite. The Republicans, yeah, short term, you'll have a blip. We'll have a bad interview. There's arguments about whether or not inflation's going up or not. It's really not. And then it normalizes. Look at the trend overall. The trend overall is that Republicans, you may not notice it, but they're actually gaining. Yeah, we initially went down and then we've been picking up. This is trending up. You're going to see Republicans win the midterm elections. The Senate, absolutely. It's a solid 51, possibly 52 seats in the Senate. But it's the House where I think the advantage is probably going to be about, at this moment, again, I say 3 seats. It could be as much as 5. In the governor's races, you're going to see that the advantage is for the Republicans. They're going to wind up with about 36 of the 40 governor's races across the nation. You're going to see Republicans are going to win an inordinate amount of them. They're going to wind up with about 36 governors to about, 14 to Democrats. The country is moving center right. And we're going to see that in this election. I very much believe that. And if you're wondering, Mike, how do you get some of these numbers? Well, there's something also called the Cook Report. And if you look at this, just in the most simple way I can explain this, that I know CNN, ABC, no one ever explains this to you. The Cook Report, again, an independent, neutral source that just looks at what are the probabilities of whether or not your congressman is going to win or lose. That's all they do. Left or right, they don't care. And they do the statistics. They've been doing this a long time. They are very credible. So if you look at, if all of the solid races, 190 for Republicans, 190 seats, guaranteed they're going to go to the Republicans. And you see another 17 seats are likely. They're probably going to go to Republicans. Add that in. That's 207. These are House seats. That's 207. You add in another 5. The leaning right, which means it could go either way, but it's probably going to be a Republican win. Whether or not the district currently is blue, Democrat or not, it's probably going to, either because of the Republican who's running or because of the population, doesn't matter. It's going to lean towards the right, which means it's probably going to be another 5. So we were at 207. That makes 212. The toss-ups. This is the easiest one. Just assume you split it down the middle. Doesn't matter that 14 of them are Republicans and 4 are Democrats. Let's just split it down the middle. I'm not doing crazy math here. So just simply take it straight down the middle. That means there's another 9. We were at 207, 212, plus another 9. That puts 221. Who controls the House? Whoever gets 218 seats controls the House. 221 is 3 seats more than 218. That's Republicans winning 221 seats. It doesn't matter how many. The Democrats get the rest. It doesn't matter. That means that Republicans win the House. That's the simplest, most basic way to see, without looking at charts and polls and graphs and knowing the candidates, just looking at the simple, most basic way. You get 221 for Republicans at this moment. And I think that's going to be correct. By the way, I should mention, and we're almost finishing up, folks. I'm going to go over the final comments in just a few moments. Which party is going to win the 2006 election for governor of New York? Since we're talking about governors, and as I mentioned, I believe the majority, overwhelmingly, that Democrats are going to lose. Well, Republicans are going to gain a net total of 8 seats. They're at 29 right now, so they should wind up at 36, 37 governors in America after this election. That's about 7 or 8 more. One of the races is, of course, New York, which is my home state. Republicans won't win that one. As much as I think that the Republicans will win the Senate, they will win the House, they will win 8 seats as governors, they will gain 8 more seats, they will have about 36, 37 governorships throughout the entire nation. That is a big move towards the right. New York will not be part of that. Neither is California, but that's besides. You don't expect it in California, but you also don't expect it in New York. But right now, there is Bruce Blakeman, the Republican candidate, running around trying to convince people throughout New York that he's going to win. He has no chance in hell. Looking at the betting pools, this is predicted. They have a 94% chance that Kathy Hochul is going to crush Blakeman. I will tell you, I've said it before, I say it again, and I predict Blakeman is going to lose by 20 points at least. At least 20 points. I expect him to get somewhere around 30%. 30. That has nothing to do with my good friend Larry Sharpe. Larry Sharpe could win. He has a very big uphill battle, but I think he could win. Blakeman, whether or not there's a libertarian in the race, whether or not there's a third party in the race, Bruce Blakeman cannot win. He has no policy positions. He has no idea. His answer is the exact opposite of what Hochul's is. Kathy Hochul says, orange man bad, vote for her. Like every other Democrat, she said she's running to fight Donald Trump. But she's in New York State, which is one of the bluest of blue states, second only to maybe California or Illinois. It's one of the bluest states in the entire damn country. And she knows it. And the voting population is majority, about 2-3 to 1 Democrat to Republican, because all the Republicans were kicked out. Remember in 2022 when Kathy Hochul told the Republicans, get out the state, go to Florida? They did. And they took the money with them. They took their family with them, which is part of the reason why New York State is in so much debt, why New York City is in so much debt. The Republicans and their businesses, they left. The conservatives, they left. They're gone. There's only 23% of New York State that are Republicans. And the rest don't like Donald Trump, which means Blakeman, who doesn't have a great personality, he isn't charismatic, he's not attractive, he's not a handsome man, he doesn't have a godly build, he's not weightlifting or anything, he's an old man, an old white man, a plain old white man who isn't super sharp on the issues, who doesn't have a crystal clear plan, who doesn't have a good policy position. His only answer is Hochul bad, Mandami bad. Yeah, well, we know that already. And just like when people were saying Mandami bad, he won. In 2022, the answer of the Republicans was Hochul bad. She won. So saying Hochul bad, Mandami bad isn't a winning strategy. It doesn't work. And you have a non-charismatic, old guy with no policy position. He's not going to win. He's not going to win. And the polling tells you right here, there's no one betting on Bruce Blakeman. 68% of the state has no idea who he is. So New York will not be one of those red state governor wins for the Republican Party. All right, we're almost done, folks. And I'm going to go into, of course. Mm-hmm. So what you're seeing here is the latest pet peeve. This is with all the things that have been happening, what is it that Democrats are complaining about right now? The National Reflecting Pool. In the National Mall, the reflecting pool. Because we see this is the renovation, costs about $13 million. We painted on a blue reflective surface to make it look good. It looks beautiful. And that's what we see here. The problem is that, and I will show you, right now, the Democrats are freaking out.
Eventually.
And I want to play this from the beginning. So Democrats are complaining because there's algae. Because after spending $13 million, but the pipes weren't cleared out. The pool was cleared out. The pipes weren't. And some of the algae in the pipes got back into the pool. This is part of the problem that we had before, except, and that's why I showed you the timeline time lapse. Previously, under the Democrats, the entire pool from 2012 with Barack Obama until now, the pool was filled with algae throughout the entire thing. This is the map, and I want you to see this.
You get all those ducks and geese pooping in there and stuff, and then the algae stuff builds up so quick, especially on these hot and humid days, you guys. But I got to tell you, before this was done, it was so bad. It was so bad before this was done. It was not getting cleaned. They weren't cleaning it properly in the wintertime like they used to, and it was.
And now I want you to look. The algae is in one corner next to the vents. The rest of it isn't. That's a reflection. That's not algae. You're not seeing algae anywhere else. Democrats right now are screaming, oh, we wasted $13 million. The whole thing. And all the old images, which are being scrubbed, by the way, it's very difficult looking on Google, searching for 2024, 2022. You have to go back to 2012 to get any kind of images, and they're not great, of the reflecting pool to be able to have something to compare. But looking at this, there's not algae. This is not algae through this. That's a reflection. There's algae in that one corner. And let's see what else is here.
A toxic mess before, so they're going to figure this out. But it looks beautiful with the reflection. Absolutely gorgeous. And it had to happen. It was.
Notice in this far corner, throughout, yes, there are goose droppings, there are duck droppings, but you're not seeing algae anywhere else. You saw what the algae looks like. You can see the reflections. You're seeing a clear reflection. $13 million. And you're hearing this woman tell you it was so much worse. And I showed you the time-lapse video. It was throughout the entire thing so much worse. Okay.
Leaking all of that out, the algae blooms and the goose poop and everything. It was leaking through the stones into the ground and then into the Potomac River eventually. So it had to be done. It absolutely had to be done. They'll figure out the filtration.
Okay. So again, there's just this corner that is the problem. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this, Brian Kranzenstein is a huge Democrat. He hates Donald Trump. His answer is, this is not a joke. Let me make this bigger for you guys so you can see this. This is not a joke. This is actually the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. today. Donald Trump wasted $10 million. It's actually 13.4, but rounded up $14 million of our money on this. No wonder why he bankrupted multiple casinos. He didn't even watch the video. all he saw was this image. Apparently, Brian didn't even bother to pay attention to the video clip that he's trying to put out, which is this woman telling you it's not bad, that it's far better and far more improved. He thinks this is a negative video because all he saw was this corner, this little tiny section of the entire reflecting pool. This is the Democratic Party. They're so busy trying to convince you that Orange Man bad, they miss the entire thing. They don't see anything. All they're seeing is the tree. They don't see the forest. They don't see anything else. All they see is the one thing. Oh my God, look, this one specific image says that corner of the reflecting pool has some algae in it. But the whole rest of it is perfectly fine. You have people online who are telling you in the video that it's perfectly fine. But he's trying to convince you this is an example of how it's messed up, how it completely failed. That it's nothing different than under Barack Obama, nothing different than under Joe Biden. But that's factually not correct. This is why Democrats are going to lose, because they are so hyper-focused on everything is Orange Man bad, they can't see when something has improved. They can't see when the consequences are better, and all they can see is, but the problem, but there's that corner. There's that one corner that is easily explained and easily taken care of, and it's not leaking out into the Potomac, as the woman is saying in the video. Now, obviously, the woman seems to be more right-leaning. I give you that. But objectively, she showed you the video. You can see this is not what Brian Krasstein is saying to you. He is objectively lying to you. So, that being said, let me answer a couple of last questions. I'm going to be jumping out in just a few moments because I need to take my dog out and it's about to rain. There's going to be a rainstorm because it's hot. Temperature dropped to 80 degrees, but that's because it's about to go thunderstorm all over the place. So let me see here. Where did I leave off? Real quick, final comments. In California, Bronner says that's kind of funny. The folks who never heard of the third place woman, Nefi is her name. Nefi, weird name. Voted for her, and the folks that knew her voted against her. That's correct. Nefi's home district in LA voted against her. They did not vote for her. They voted for Bass and or Pratt. She lost her home district. And you mean to tell me the rest of LA voted for her in numbers larger than voting for Bass, the incumbent, or Pratt, the challenger? No, the math doesn't make sense. Bronner says, the gun issue here in Virginia is going to destroy the Democrats. The media may portray Virginia as being a blue state, but the overwhelming majority of Virginians will not be disarmed no matter what. I don't think they would. She lied to the people of Virginia about what she was going to do, the governor of Virginia. And again, these are backfiring. It's these things where Democrats will lie to the public. They will mislead the public. They will apparently cheat that are going to add up to Democrats losing the midterm elections. It's not one thing. It is all of them. Bronner says, yes, I agree with you. Blakeman mathematically has no chance whatsoever in beating the Kathy Hochul. He has no plan. Nobody knows him. He's the spoiler, if there is any kind of spoiler. That's true. Bronner says, I live very close to D.C. When I was younger and actually left my home and hood, I used to love the reflecting pool. Cool. So you would be able to tell me if I was lying about what the evidence I'm presenting, if it was wrong, you'd be able to call me out. Brian Krassenstein wants to lie to you and the rest of the world and try and say Donald Trump just wasted your money. Didn't happen. He didn't. But I just want to call it out. Bronner says, I would volunteer to help clean it up. It would be a nice project. Well, ask the government. They may say yes. Okay. So, folks, we've been on for about 5.5 hours, which is about normal for our show. and I need to go take my dog out before the storm hits. Please, if you can do anything, go ahead and hit that button that says subscribe. It makes a difference. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm not trying to be greedy. I'm not trying to beat Stephen Colbert. I'm not trying to beat Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro. I'm not being greedy. I just want to get to 5,000 subscribers. You can help me hit that number. It's a small, easy number to hit. We can do it together. Just hit the subscribe button. Ask your friend, hit subscribe, because you support the First Amendment and you believe that someone like me should be able to be heard, especially when my predictions are so often correct. All right. So with that all said, I thank you, each and every one. I want you to have a great rest of your Sunday. Yes, go check out the rest of the soccer games. Let's see who's playing right now. Ivory Coast is going to be coming. Oh, Ivory Coast has already started. So it's about halftime on the Ivory Coast game. Again, remember, I say Ivory Coast wins and Ecuador loses. At the moment, it looks like is it tie? Hang on. So Netherlands, Japan ended in a tie, 2-2, which is a surprise. I thought Netherlands would win. But Ivory Coast and Ecuador are both 0-0. No score so far. So go ahead, check out that game. I'm going to check it out. I say it's going to be Ivory Coast. And then at 10 o'clock tonight will be Sweden and Tunisia. I think that'll be one of the best games of the day besides Germany. And it's going to be Sweden. Sweden's going to win probably 3-1. But we'll see. All right, folks. Thank you. I'll talk to you again tomorrow, 7 p.m. I'm on with the Opinion Guy. Check it out. Hit that subscribe. I'll talk to you all very soon, folks.